Welcome, everybody, to Safe Go Field tonight under cloudy skies. It just pulled the roof back. We're ready for Game 3 of this four-game set. The Mariners taking on the Boston Red Sox. Good evening, everybody. Welcome to Safe Go Field. Dave Sims along with Mike Blowers. And, Mike, there have been a lot of offensive woes for this Mariner ball club. Last 21 games, just 7-14 here at home. Batting average hasn't been real good of late. Let's take a look at some of these numbers.
Well, and you look at those numbers, and it's disappointing to say the least. The guys are just going to have to get better. That's all there is to it. If you want to compete, and you want to compete at this level and compete in this league, you have to score more runs and turn your home field into an advantage. So far, that hasn't been the case this year as you look at those numbers. At some point, you can talk about mechanics and all kinds of things. Eventually, it comes down to the players just getting it done.
Eric Wedge was particularly upset. 81 pitches. You saw that for Aaron Cook last night. Now, after the game, here's some of Eric Wedge's comments, and buckle up on these.
Well, it's a step back today for me offensively, and that's hard as hell to do with the way we've been, swinging bats here at home. I'm tired of watching it. I'm patient, and I believe you 9 times out of 10, you're rewarded with patience. But there also has to be a sense of urgency with every player in that room. And you got to be able to walk that line. And we got too many people not doing it right now. We'll find it. It's my job to make sure we find it. That's why I'm here. I have no plans on failing here. We're going to figure this thing out. And we're going to hit it home like we hit on the road. And we're not there yet. We're not even close yet. But it will happen. Whether it's the same guys in the room or not, that's yet to be determined. That's up to them. But they're not getting it done now.
And I think that he hit it right on the head there. I think you have to have some patience, especially we've talked about it all year, how young this club is. But eventually you're playing in the major leagues, and you have to be productive. And if you're not being a productive player on the club, there are other options, and I think that's the message that Eric was sending loud and clear to the guys, and I think that's how he's going to possibly create some of this urgency that he wants to see. He wants guys to feel a little bit of pressure at the plate, and I think that he's absolutely right. There's nothing wrong with that, and they need to get this thing turned around.
22-minute meeting before today's workout began pregame, so let's see what develops tonight on Viva Las Vargas night. Everybody's got the glasses, Las Vegas style. Viva Las Vargas indeed. Let's see if the Mariners can crank up some offense. It has been a difficult run, to say the least, with the new colored glasses. Why not? Take a shot. This will be Game 3 against the Red Sox. First pitch is straight ahead.
Seattle Mariners baseball on Root Sports is brought to you by Banner Bank. Better ideas, better banking. By CenturyLink, a different kind of communications company. CenturyLink, your link to what's next. And by the Emerald Queen Casino, the entertainment capital of the Northwest. For more information, visit emeraldqueen.com. And welcome back to Safeco Field, everybody. Tom Glasgow joining you from the Forge Sports Desk, where tonight we'll keep you up to date on some of the other action from around Major League Baseball. And we'll also give you some very interesting information we got from the umpires regarding that freak injury and pickoff play Thursday night that left Franklin Gutierrez with a concussion. Some very interesting stuff they had to tell us. But right now we're going to send it back upstairs. The guys will be calling the game for you tonight, Dave Sims and Mike Blowers. And tonight's starter, guys, he was terrific on Monday, but a much bigger challenge tonight against this Red Sox lineup.
Right you are, Tom, no question about it. Erasmo Ramirez, 2 starts ago against Arizona, was really not up to speed as we check our Banner Bank building to the future. Then he comes back and hit every milestone that the staff put in front of him against Oakland. He just couldn't get a win.
He was terrific in the outing. You can see the 10 strikeouts, walked 1 batter, was able to get through 8 innings with 103 pitches. And I thought the biggest difference for Erasmo is one, we talk about fastball command all the time. That's always important. But the fact that he mixed his pitches up and mixed them up early. I thought he worked great with Miguel Olivo in the game. He had one of the best changeups we've seen from him. He also worked in his slider, which made his fastball have a little more life to it, and he was able to get away with some pitches in the middle of the plate. But overall, Ramirez is going to have to repeat that type of performance if he wants to have some success tonight against the Red Sox. This club can swing the bats.
8 strong innings against the Oakland Athletics last time out. We're ready to see what he does here tonight. Here's former Mariner Mark Langston, 57 miles an hour for a strike as we celebrate 35 years of Mariner baseball, throwing that ceremonial first pitch. Mark looks great doing it, too. We'll be back with the start of tonight's ball game, the Mariners and the Red Sox, right after this from Seattle. Breaking through the big cloud mass over Soto District here in Seattle. Dave Sims, Mike Blowers, Root Sports crew. Here we go. Daniel Navas going to lead it off against Erasmo Ramirez. He works from the third base side of the rubber. First pitch is a ball. We'll play an umpire, Lance Barksdale, fielding Colbert at first, Adrian Johnson at second, and Gary Cedarstrom at third. 64 degrees and calm here in Seattle. There's a strike. Daniel Navas swinging a hot bat of late. Went 1 for 4 with a big home run in the 5th inning last night. 3 homers in that inning against Hector Nuesi, who started out throwing one hit ball over 4 innings. There's Hector. And David Ortiz, Big Papi, grabbed Nuesi and Jesus Montero in the early stages of batting practice for the Red Sox and talked to them in front of the Mariner dugout. There's a strike, swing and a miss. Ortiz was telling me, he says, listen, where's Nuesi? We were talking before he went over there. He says, where's Nuesi? I got to find him. He says, he pitched me like it was the 7th game of the World Series. He says, he's got to pitch everybody like that. And he touched on things that we hear from the pitching, from the coaching staff here with the Mariners.
Right.
Talking about the inconsistencies, young man. He says, he's got great stuff. He says, he pitched me on the black. He worked in and out. But he says, those home runs that were hit were right down the middle. He says, I want to talk to him about that. He says, well, boy, I'm going to try, the same speech he gives all the time. I'm going to try to beat him, but, you got to concentrate all the time. I thought that was interesting. And from, a great player, this guy's having a terrific year, borderline Hall of Famer.
Right. Absolutely. And hopefully he departed some of that knowledge to him, somebody that he has to compete against. But I think there's 2 things that are involved with that. 1, concentration, yes, and 2, having the ability to do that. And right now, Nuesi, he's been working ahead of hitters for the most part this year. Putting them away has been the difference. And he has a pretty good one to look at every 5th day in Felix Hernandez on how to do that. So, hopefully those glitches of where he makes those mistakes, as you mentioned, in the middle of the plate, will be fewer and fewer for him as this year continues, because he definitely has the stuff.
Right field, backing up Ichiro, makes the catch. Sun in his eyes, but no hindrance as he records the first out of the ballgame.
Take a look at the rest of the Red Sox lineup. Pedroia will hit second. Then it's Ortiz, who we were just talking about. What a year he's having. 21 home runs for him. Saltalamacchia homered last night, his 15th of the year. Then it's Gonzalez, Middlebrooks, Ross, Kalish, and Aviles. So the same lineup that we've seen going up against Ramirez. And Ramirez in his last outing was just outstanding. He'll have to mix it up again today. He was working with Olivo in that outstanding outing he had against the A's, and Olivo behind the plate again tonight.
Dustin Pedroia, the second baseman, 0 for 3 last night. He's also hit by a pitch. Red Sox playing some good ball since mid-May. 29 of the last 46 games they've won. 0-2.
You can see Pedroia a little bit late on that first fastball. We saw similar things with Nuesi last night, and then the Red Sox, the second time through, started to make some adjustments. So Ramirez will have to keep that in mind as he works his way through this tough lineup.
Just got a piece of it. Nuesi gave up 1 hit through 4 innings. It was a 1-out single to Kalish. 5th inning, things turned around in a bad way. Back-to-back homers by Middlebrooks and Ross. 2 outs later, home run by Nava. Swing and a miss. Pedroia is gone. 2 down.
Take a look at this swing by Pedroia. He just throws a fastball by him, ties him up. A good pitch, and that was set up with a couple of sliders away to come back with that good fastball inside. Take a look at the defense for the Mariners. Biggins out in left field. Casper Wells in center. Ichiro in right. Saunders out, and of course Gutierrez on the DL now. Then you have Seager at third base. Kawasaki getting the start at shortstop. Ackley and Smoke on the right side of the infield. And as I mentioned, Miguel Olivo will do the catching tonight.
Here's David Ortiz. What a year. 307, 21 homers, 53 runs batted in. To the breaking ball for a strike. 10th in batting average, 4th in hits, tied for 6th in RBIs, 5th in on base, 2nd to Hamilton in slugging, and leads the league in extra base hits with 45. That's a good first 78 games.
He just keeps going strong. A couple of years ago, everybody was writing him off. I think you were talking about it. He lost some weight. He looks good. I watched him run from first to second last night on a ball that he hit in the gap.
He said, listen, I'm not the guy I was in 02-03. And I'm not, and a lot of people think I'm a dead pull hitter. He says, why do you think I have all the extra base hits? I'm looking up the middle and opposite field, and that's where he's hitting the ball. Now, if you do come inside, I can still get to him. But not with the regularity that you saw a few years ago. But
so you're telling me that a guy with his credentials is making adjustments?
Correct the mundo. He talked about that for the longest time, about having, like you said, first, second time, third time through the order. Hell, Aaron Cook, he talked about it and what he was doing last night with that sinker ball. 1-2 to Ortiz. Check down at third base. Gary Cederstrom said he did not go.
That's a good fastball right there from Ramirez. That fastball at 95 miles an hour. But you can see his numbers overall. 09 is when he had struggled. Was out of the gates really slow. Ended up hitting just 238, but rallied back to hit 28 home runs. Just missed driving in 100 runs back in 09.
2-2. That was when Terry Francona basically said, "You're not playing here in Seattle." He came off a bad road trip. As you look at Jared Saltalamacchia, switch hitting catcher.
Yeah, sat him down for the series.
Yeah. So 3-2 to Ortiz. Struck him out. Big strikeout for Erasmo Ramirez. He's off to a good start. Game 3 of this series with the Red Sox underway. Coming up for the Mariners, Ichiro is going to lead it off, followed by Casper Wells and Kyle Seager here at Safeco Field. World Series MVP Josh Beckett. Mariners trying to get things going offensively. Let's take a look at the rest of the Mariners batting order.
Tonight's lineup brought to you by Chevron. Ichiro leading things off in his Wells, hitting second again. Saunders not in the lineup tonight. Seager hitting third. Jaso in the lineup as the DH hitting cleanup. So Eric Wedge making an adjustment there. Then it's Smoke, Ackley, Olivo. Figgins in left field hitting eighth, and Kawasaki getting the start at shortstop tonight and hitting ninth. Numbers for Beckett on the year, a 4.14 ERA. He's coming back off the DL, has a shoulder issue, so we'll see how far he can go in tonight's ball game. Hopefully the Mariners will be able to make him work here early in the game.
Beckett 2-1 in 4 previous starts here at Safeco Field, a 3.33 ERA. Fouled off by Ichiro. Ichiro coming off a 1-for-4 performance last night, got an infield hit in the 4th inning, 1 of 2 hits off of Aaron Cook. Cook last night said the 81 pitches in 2 hours and 18 minutes didn't touch his best, as this one's popped up. He went for 71 pitches in an hour 55 against San Diego when he was pitching for Colorado, that game in Colorado. He said he looked up, he says, "Wow, time to go?" Saltalamacchia said he looked up, he says, "Wow, I thought it was the 5th inning. That's how fast the game went."
Well, I know a lot of people probably not familiar with Aaron, but this is a guy that was an all-star in the National League and has put up some numbers. But you take a look at it, Mariners 9-inning pitch records, fewest opponent pitches. Last night he's in there. Cook last night 81 pitches. It had been Tim Hudson before that with 86.
Let's see how the Mariners respond. They had about a 20-minute meeting before the game. This one punched into center field. Kalish puts it away. Trying to get some offense generated.
Take a look at the defense for the Red Sox. Nava in left field. Kalish, easy play for him on that fly ball from Ichiro. He's in center. Ross with a homer last night is out in right. Middlebrooks homered also at third. Then it's Avilius and Pedroia up the middle. Adrian Gonzalez, the all-star first baseman. Salta Lamacchia will do the catching.
There's Josh Beckett. 10 previous starts. Good ERA. 7-2 record. To get him back onto the 25-man roster, designated for assignment outfielder Darnell McDonald. There's Casper Wells. Batted in the 2-hole last night, went 0 for 3. A couple of ground outs, 3 ground outs. In fact, the middle one bounced into a double play. And how about the ground balls, Cook? I mean, they just.
You get the good sinker going, and he throws a heavy one at times, and that's what's going to happen. And we saw a lot of that last night. Quick outs. He was able to throw strikes, get the Mariners swinging the bats, which is what he always wants them to do. And it just played right into his hands. And as the game went on, I think that two-seamer was even better, which is what you're afraid of, and it worked out well for him last night. So hopefully the Mariners have to make some adjustments. They need to score some runs and feel a little bit better about themselves. Hopefully tonight is the night as Wells strikes out on a good slider from Beckett.
5 games here at home, 5 runs scored, 2 outs.
A couple of fastballs to Casper, then he comes back with a hard breaking ball in the outside corner. Casper swings through it. Well, I think that you mentioned Eric in his closed door meeting today with the guys. Now clearly frustrated with his comments after the game last night, but you know, he's been patient throughout this, and I think that the big key for him also was saying that he felt like they took a step back, which he was not happy about at all. And I'm sure he addressed that today when they have those closed door meetings. A lot of things are typically said by the manager and nothing is said by the players. You sit and listen, and I'm sure that was the message today.
That was interesting when queried by the media if there was any response. Here's a fly ball center field. He said there was no response. It was all him. He said, listen, I'm patient, but don't take that patience for softness by any stretch of the imagination. Second inning coming up. This opportunity to check the Mariner calendar, brought to you by Sleep Country USA. Wrap it up with the Red Sox tomorrow. Orioles come to town. See them for the first time. Jim Thome will be aboard. He was traded today from Philly to Baltimore. Mariners have a day off Thursday, go to the A's, and then the All-Star break, and then Texas right behind that. Thome probably get a lot more at-bats with the Orioles with the DH coming over to AL. Here's Jared Saltalamaki.
You would assume that he would at least DH against the right-handed pitchers, and he'll enjoy hitting at Camden Yards.
Well, I would think.
Yeah. How about Carlos Lee deciding not to go to the Dodgers?
Yeah, I was Dodgers are in desperate need for some offense. They're hitting 177. They're 1 for the last 12. What is it? 1 and 11. Last 12 games. Can't buy a hit. 1-1 to Saltalamacchia.
They have to get Ethier healthy and get Kemp back in the lineup. Hoping to add Lee, but apparently he's happy in Houston, and that's where he's going to stay.
Meanwhile, the Giants, their pitching has really picked up with Lincecum getting a little bit better. Pitch off the plate. Joining Vogelsong and Bumgarner, Kane. Giants in first place in the NL West. Saltalamacchia, opposite field home run last night, hitting left-handed. First time Ramirez is facing the Boston Red Sox, club that leads the American League in extra base hits. 291. Snared down there, a hot shot by Smoke.
Good play by Justin Smokes. You take a look at the McDonald Supermo. Looked like a slider, maybe down and in, and Saltalamacchia trying to hook it down the line, but Smoke able to backhand this ball.
One out. That brings up Adrian Gonzalez, first baseman. Off-speed pitch misses. Gonzalez tied with Ortiz, team lead with 24 doubles. Ramirez, proud son of Nicaragua. One of only 12 big league players in history born in that country. Clearly the most famous, El Presidente Dennis Martinez, who played for the Mariners in '97. Will Middlebrooks looks like he's going to be entrenched at third base for a long time now with Kevin Youkilis over with the White Sox. Here's a 3-1. Foul back. I tried to catch it with a cap. The deck above us, a couple of decks above us. I missed it.
See Ramirez and what he's using. Fastballs mostly here early in the game, also using his changeup, which was outstanding in his last outing. And he has pitched Gonzalez away, but wants to go inside now.
High fly ball, center field. Wells, second start in center field. Makes the catch, 2 outs, 5 up, 5 down for Ramirez. And now's your chance to ask the booth anything you want. Tweet your questions to @RootsSport_NW. We'll answer some of the questions later on in the game. We look forward to hearing from you. 2 out, second inning. Here comes Middlebrooks. 2 for 4 last night. First time up, he sent Wells deep to the wall in right center field. Then he homered on a 2-2 pitch. Second time up.
A few more fastballs out of Ramirez here. The first time through the lineup. Right around 70%. It's a good breaking ball.
1-2.
I think he'll start mixing it up a little bit more the second time through. Again, he was effective in his last outing because of that.
I thought Ramirez's poise last time out in that start against Oakland, coming off and just getting battered around in 4 innings, 7 hits, 5 runs, 4 earned at Arizona. Just a fabulous turnaround. Did not go, so he's fielding Culbreth.
Well, I think the one thing that he has going for him is in the minor leagues, he's a strike thrower. And I think that he can work the edges of the plate better than he has. And we saw a good example of that in his last outing. The previous 2, tough time getting his fastball down. And then when he was doing that, getting it in the middle of the plate.
High fly ball, left field. Kawasaki backs up, makes the catch. 6 up, 6 down for Ramirez. His 4th start of the season. Want one of his jerseys? Right below us in the concourse. Go get a piece of plastic and put one on. Monitor out in the pen. How about John Jaso a couple of nights ago? Here's a guy that was obtained from Tampa Bay. Figured to be a fill-in player, play every now and then. I tell you what, he has played a large role this year for the Mariners through the first 77 games, first 79 games.
Limited plate appearances for Jaso, but 7 game-winning hits this year, so he's made the most of them. And you know, for the recent struggles of the Mariners, Eric Wedge hitting him clean up tonight, trying to get some professional at-bats out of these guys, and that's exactly what Jaso has done this year. Jaso coming into the game hitting .277 with 3 home runs. 112 plate appearances for him. So John has done a good job for him. See what he's done in this series, 2 for 4 with an RBI.
It's behind Beckett. Strike 3 call. 3 pitches, 1 out. Second strikeout for Beckett. Make sure you join us this Tuesday. Felix's next start. We celebrate the holiday early. Red, white, and blue edition of the King's Court. For $30, you'll get a seat in the Felix Royal seating section. A K card plus a special 4th of July King's Court t-shirt. It's a beauty in red, white, and blue. Get your ticket right now, mariners.com/Felix. If you didn't see his game a couple of nights ago, do whatever you can to get a tape of it and watch that baby. That was some masterful, just top of the shelf pitching.
Well, you could see how explosive the Red Sox were last night, and Felix just completely shut them down. Number 2 offensive club in the American League.
In tight, the Smoke first strike. Count evens at 1-1. Smoke struggles continue, down to 205. 1 for 16 on the homestand. 0 for 3 last night. Two and 1. Smoke 0 for 8 against Josh Beckett.
Sat in those rooms when the manager is addressing the team.
That ain't good, is it?
It's not a lot of fun, and you sit there and you wonder if he's talking directly to you. And I'm sure that Justin probably felt some of that today. You know, he's going to have to find a way to get it going. There's really nothing else to say other than that. And I'm sure that when Eric was addressing the guys, there were a number of players in that clubhouse that felt like he was talking directly to them.
How about the comment we ran where he said, hey, if not, we'll get somebody else?
Well, you know, I think that it happens. It's part of this game. And I understand the aspect of wanting to be patient and let your club get on track and figure things out. Eric, you know, with the amount of young people, he's had to probably do more of that than he has in the past. And look, it's part of the deal. And the bottom line for me is at this level, eventually you have to produce. You have to be productive. You have to do those things. And as a manager, there's only so much that he can do for you. He can't go up there and swing the bat for you. He's not going to tell you what's coming in certain counts. Neither can Chris Chambliss, for that matter. We see these guys working all the time. That's not the issue anymore. It's not about their work ethic and their want to go about their business correctly. It's more about their intensity at the plate and fighting basically for your professional life at this point.
Absolutely.
And staying here. That's what it's about.
You got to think the game, too.
Well,
you really do.
That's
you got
a
to
big
really,
part of it.
yeah, absolutely.
You know, you get a lot of information every day on all the pitchers and what's going on, and it's up to you to figure out what to do with it, quite frankly. And sometimes it's a matter of getting confidence. I know that they've worked with these guys all the time, but the bottom line is here we are. Tomorrow is going to be game 81. You're halfway through the season, and you have to be productive. And it's not just the young guys. It's everybody. Everybody up and down the lineup can do a better job, and I think that's a big part of the message. And this should be the most important thing to you right now. When you get at 7:05, this has to be the most important thing to you.
Mariners coming into tonight's game, 5 games at home, hitting a .167 as a team.
I think that you can talk about all of the outside elements of that and all those different things. Eventually, you just have to find a way to get the job done.
Gonzalez thought better of it, didn't have a good grip.
Yep, that's what it was exactly. Just bobbled it a little bit and decided to eat it.
2 down.
He was definitely going to go down to second base, but coming down, he bobbled it, couldn't get the grip, and just decided to take the out.
So Ackley's retired. Down to second is Smoke. Brings up Miguel Olivo. Hitting at .207, 6 home runs and 16 runs batted in. Olivo 1 for 6 on this homestand.
I'll tell you right now, Lance Barksdale, the home plate umpire, he's giving the high strike. Beckett has been able to get a few of those, but if he's going to call pitches up in that area, that should also help out Ramirez when he's mixing his pitches up. He can run that fastball at 94, 95 at the top of the zone. Tough pitch to catch up to, so it should benefit him too.
Breaking ball hit down to Middlebrooks. Takes his time, flips over. Mariners are done in the second. No runs, no hits, no errors. 1 man left. No score after 2. Weekend set. Wrap it up tomorrow. This is first of 2 trips for the Sox here. Time for AT&T trivia question. I got to eliminate myself from this one because I just was looking up something related to this and came across the answer. How many active players have 400-plus career home runs? 5, 6, 7, or 8. Text your answer to 733-733. And Manny Ramirez is not considered active. He's not active.
I'll have to think about that one for a little bit.
I think you'll be in good shape. I think you're going to come up with this one. I have full confidence in you. More confidence in, as much confidence as I had in you delivering that pitch yesterday.
Oh, thank you. Appreciate that.
Until you got on the dirt. I had you all the way. I was all in.
That was a bad plan. That was a bad plan all the way around.
Cody Ross. How about this guy? He's not the biggest guy in the world.
He turns it loose.
Woo.
We saw that last night. I mean, yes, he hit the home run up into the second deck last night, but he also just missed a couple of pitches that he skied. And you look at him overall, that's just as, what is it, how many home runs for him?
12.
Now? 12 home runs now, including that home run last night. And I'm not sure that he was a guy they were looking to play every day, and he certainly has done a good job with him, hitting 277 with the 12 home runs and 39 RBIs.
And again, you got Ellsbury and Crawford down in Florida trying to work their way back. Tribute to this ball club that they have done what they've done since the middle of May, winning 29 of the last 46. Get out of last place.
They're deep, and they're deep with veterans. And then a couple of the young guys, when you look at the job that Nava and Middlebrooks has done, that's made the difference for them because they were really struggling.
Remember that?
Yeah.
Hold up. We went into Boston Monday, May 14th. They were last place, 6.5 back. Boston beat the Mariners 6-1 and 5-0 in those 2 games. High fly ball. Left center field for Wells. Take a look at some of the early results. Many active players have 400-plus career home runs. Pretty good run there. Brings up Ryan Kalish. Kalish, the center fielder, 1 for 3 last night. Breaking ball for strike 1. 0 for 3. Struck out 3 times at the hands of Felix Hernandez on Thursday night. Felix that night 13 strikeouts, matching his career best. Nice hopper. 2 outs. Ninth hitter Mike Aviles. 2 outs here in the third. Aviles 1 for 4 last night, a double in the 9th inning. 1 for 3 on Thursday night. Asking Olivo to come out.
So far, I've come up with 6. So far, so I need to think a little bit more.
Oh no. We're big Rick Griffin fans, but it's never good when the head athletic trainer comes running out this early in the ball game, coming to the mound.
Couldn't tell what they were looking at. His hand, maybe?
So Ramirez waved Olivo out. I thought maybe it was just something on how he wanted to pitch Aviles.
Well, that's what I figured, too. Just it's just a good fastball.
Something happened on the comebacker. Kalish stretched something. And to reach up and snare that one hopper off the bat of Kalish. I wonder if you have a bad landing.
No, it goes up. It looks like he's in good shape.
Stubbed his toe.
Didn't turn an ankle. They're going to take him out of the game.
How about this? Third. So we see Goody get removed from the game the other day, got hit on a pickoff attempt at first. We've seen Millwood have to leave the game twice so far, and now young Erasmo Ramirez in the third. He was perfect through the first 8 batters. To Erasmo Ramirez. Don't know what happened. We suspect it happened on a Kalish comebacker right here.
I thought I saw him looking at his throwing hand, and I'm wondering if maybe he had a blister that he was trying to deal with and got to be where it was uncomfortable, and that's why he had Olivo come out to the mound. Olivo going out there. I don't know. You would think they would be looking at his hand at that point, but I thought I saw Rick Griffin looking at his hand when he came out.
Boy, what a tough break. So Charlie Furbush, didn't expect him to, anybody in the bullpen, to be emotionally, physically, or anything ready to pitch. And now Charlie get as much time as he needs to get ready. We'll be back with more right after this. Eight up, 8 down. Then he gets to Mike Aviles, throws one pitch, and he's out of the ball game. Let's take a look at this last offering here. Good fastball, 4 strike. Everything looks like it's continuing along normally, and he's thinking about it, and he waves at Olivo. At that point, I saw the wave. he's got some issues. And this is videotape from just a couple of minutes ago.
Well, I think the big thing is then you see Rick Griffin. There you go, Olivo waving the trainer out. And when Rick comes out, it looks like he looks right at his hand. And then they end up taking him out of the game shortly after. There's Rick Griffin, the head trainer, Eric Wedge, coming out to take a look at Ramirez. Take a look at him, and he looks right down to his hand when he talks to him. There it is. So I don't know if it's a hand or maybe something in his forearm, if his forearm tightened up on him. Hard to tell.
Not good. Tough break. Chuck and Charlie Furbush takes over. Boy, has he been good. He's all-star quality. The numbers are fabulous.
We're all hoping that he makes the all-star team. He's pitched well enough to do that. You look at his record, he's 4-1, and his ERA under 2 at a 1.95. 42 strikeouts over the 32 and a third innings. Charlie has just been outstanding. He's on a run of 17 appearances where he's had at least one strikeout. But just dominant stuff here over the last month for Charlie. But this is a tough situation to get called in. We talked about it the other day, and when Millwood had to come out of the game, you come out of the pen just closed. You're not thinking anything. It looks like Ramirez is on top of his game, and all of a sudden you get an emergency call, and you're out there getting loose on the field when really you're just relaxing in the pen. So hopefully Charlie can come out and find the strike zone right away.
Talk to the bullpen guys. They say usually they don't even start stirring until the 4th, 5th inning.
Right.
So they count 0-1 to Mike Aviles. 2 outs, nobody on here in the third. Takes the first pitch and laces it in left center field for a base hit.
A smart hitting by Aviles, the veteran. He's been around. Charlie just again rushing into the game, figuring he's going to get a first pitch fastball, which is normally going to be the case in this type of situation. The pitcher coming out of the pen wants to throw a strike, and that's exactly what Charlie did. But Aviles able to hit that fastball back up the middle.
Top of the order now. Switch hitter Daniel Nava. Right-handed here against Furbush. Nava 211 hitter right-handed, 351 left-handed entering tonight. You get the hitting woes, and now you lose a starting pitcher. And that
2 of them.
Yeah. Man.
Well, hopefully it isn't anything serious, and Rick Griffin get him back out there his regular turn.
0-2 here to Nava. Wide to right to open up the ball game.
For Charlie, he has a good fastball. It'll be around 93 miles an hour. Throws a slurve. That is his out pitch. And he will throw it to both left and right-handed hitters. On the trivia question, I'm gonna go with 7.
Okay. Come back with an answer for everybody a little bit later. 0-2 pitch here to Nava. Humongous cloud mass over us here at Safeco Field before the game, and now it's broken up and should get sunshine for at least another hour. Pulled the roof back about 15 minutes before first pitch. Up and in for ball. Got a 1-2 pitch coming. Willis back safely. He's done a good job base stealing, 9 out of 13 this year. Charlie Furbush, a New Englander, South Portland, Maine. Against Daniel Nava, 1-2 pitch. Strike 3 call. So Furbush ends the third with a strikeout of Nava. Mariners coming to bat with Figgins, Kawasaki, and Ichiro.
Bottom of the third, the Mariners and Red Sox scoreless. Welcome to the Forward Sports Desk. Let's check in right now on the Indians and Orioles. Big ball game for former Mariner Sin-Soo Choo. Big ball game as Choo not only crushes his 8th home run in this game, scores 4 times, drove in 3 runs. The Indians with a season-high 19 hits. They win big over the Orioles, 11-5. That's our Sterling Banks score from around the league.
All right, Sam, thank you very much. Viva Las Vegas night, and they're playing some Frank Sinatra here. Luck be a lady tonight. Maybe it will be for the Mariners tonight. Let's hope. Sean Figgins leads off, followed by Munenori, Kawasaki, and Ichiro. All right, 35th anniversary for the Mariners, and joining us right now, former Mariner left-hander Mark Langston. Good to see you, pal.
What's going on?
Hey, man, good to see you.
Strike 57 miles an hour.
57?
57.
Oh,
and
yes.
a strike.
Yes.
That's my best. I've done it 3 times, and that was my best effort right there.
Baby.
It was your pump-up speech yesterday you gave me.
I took the pressure off of you after my effort yesterday.
That's what I heard. Yeah. You took the
you didn't see it?
I was just on the corner when I turned
okay.
the thing, and you'd already thrown it, and I think I heard the crowd go, oh.
Yeah, that was pretty much what I did, too.
Well, last time we saw you were calling Angels games. You doing a lot of broadcasting these days?
Yeah, the Angels have given me a little 50-game radio package and
nice.
All home games. I've had a blast. It's really a nice transition for me to get back in the game of baseball and do a lot of home. I don't think I've worked this hard in college. As much studying as I do trying to prep for the teams coming in.
Biggins goes down swinging. That's the third strikeout for Josh Beckett. What do you think of tell me about the Angels in relation to the Texas Rangers who lead the division. Can the Angels catch them? What do you think?
The Rangers are not going to go away. They're a really talented team with, they've had some injuries and they've been able to respond even with the injuries with a lot of their pitching going down, and they've been able to fill that gap. The Angels have everything there is to win, and it seems like they closed that gap pretty good.
Yep.
And now they lose 2 games, and next thing you know, they're 6.5 games back. So whether they're going to catch them or not, I think September is going to be an exciting month. I think this whole division is going to play a huge role in who decides on winning that Western Division.
Here's Kawasaki. She's got a no-1 count, calls time.
Do you have a favorite memory of your time in Seattle?
Well, it's not facing you, man. You used to just wear them. In fact, Hindu, I just did radio, and of course Hindu gives me his stats highlighted.
That's a shocker.
I'm waiting for you to slide those over to me.
No.
Yeah, look at this. Look at this.
Hendu.
Dave Henderson. It's highlighted, by the way, of how much he owned me. And, this guy here owned me also. And
you had a very good career, though. Come on.
Oh, I was very blessed, no question. My time here was, a lot of my first in whatever career I had all happened here. First wins, first Gold Glove, first a lot of everything. I grew up here. I thought I would play my whole career with the Mariners. It's always weird when you come up in a system. And
we all do.
Yeah, but you don't understand the business side. We come up and I was traded, and that's, you look at the trade. It's one of the best trades, if not the greatest trade in the history of the Mariner organization. You got Randy, who was, went on to become probably the best left-hander in the history of the game, and so much that he did for this organization.
What do you remember specifically about when you got word about the trade? Here's your numbers with the Mariners. What was the visceral effect? When they told you, "Hey, man, you're moving on."
I was crushed.
Here's Ichiro getting into one. Deep right field, going back, and it is caught. Oh, brother, what a catch. Cody Ross with a great defensive play, robbing Ichiro of extra bases. Goodness gracious. Ichiro gave it a ride, but just not enough. Stick around for another half here.
You got it.
Mark Langston joining us. Back with more right after this. How about Ichiro? He gives it a ride, and Cody Ross, Mikey does a heck of a job with this play here.
Well, Cody Ross actually in the first night when the Mariners ended up winning the game made a great throw to home and had to cover some ground to go back there, knew where the wall was, and makes a fine catch off of Ichiro. That's extra base, probably a triple for him if he doesn't come up with it.
That is an outstanding play by a guy.
Yeah, they need a break. They need that to fall in at some point.
Mark Langston joining us here in a booth. And Mark, you've seen, you played on teams that have gone through this with a rough offensive spell. You can't catch a break. Try to bid for a home run like that, and the kid makes a great play.
It's a cycle of baseball. That's the way baseball operates. I saw it with the Angels. I've been doing Angel games this year, and they went through a 6-week period where they couldn't score a run either. You had Albert Pujols, probably one of the greatest hitters in the history of baseball, hitting an $180. So it's, they went through the same kind of streak that I don't care what team there is in baseball. You go through periods where the offense is just not there, and those games are the ones you better pitch well, and you better play good defense.
What was the thing, now that you're broadcasting, what was the thing that jumped out at you like the first couple of weeks, like, wow, I didn't realize that. I didn't appreciate this facet of the game prior, when I was playing?
It does look easy from this from sitting up here. You always got to make sure you tell yourself how hard it is out on the field, and the speed of the game is so much faster.
Off of Charlie, recovers, throws out Pedroia. I remember when Mattingly was here in the Dodgers, he said, "Hey, I know how hard this game was." So that's one of the things he's always preaching to these guys, that he obviously he understands what they're going through.
Yeah, I've always been very conscientious of that. I know when, the infielders, when they boot a ball, it's like, these guys make the plays. They're going to make errors. It's the big leagues. It's inevitable that, there's going to be errors behind you. So it happens. And, when you go through a stretch, like I said, with the team struggling offensively, you better do the little things right. Those are the only way you can win ball games.
You came to the big leagues right out of AA, right?
Yes.
Yeah, and that was a young team that you came to, including yourself at the time.
Yes.
Who was the manager then?
Dill Crandall was the manager. We all came up. Alvin Davis, myself, Jim Presley, Phil Bradley. Spike Owen was already here.
Was Valley in that group?
Dave Valley was here. Harold Reynolds was part of that.
Yeah.
It was a very talented group that we dominated in AA. I mean, that whole group kind of came up together, and Hendu was already here. Hendu was anchoring the center field position, and then it was a good nucleus. And every spring we showed up thinking, this is our year, we're going to win. And, we'd be 25 games out.
Right. How long before you felt like, okay, coming from AA, I can pitch here, I can get these guys out?
I never looked at it from that standpoint. I always took it game by game. I never looked that far ahead that, I felt, I've got this thing down, because you know how fast it turns at this level. So
Bagley throws out Ortiz, 2 outs.
So it's something that every game I did my mental preparation, did my physical preparation, and I didn't look like, hey, I'm going to win 17 games or 19 games or 20 games. I literally took every game as it came upon me and tried to block everything else out. So, early on, I knew I had a good life fastball and a good heartbreaking ball, that if I put those things in the right spots, that I could get my outs. And it was harnessing that. I was a young guy that I didn't care if I walked you. If I walked you, I would make the next guy pay. And, as I said in the radio booth, that's not a real good game plan to have.
Well, I asked the question just because there are so many young guys here now, and you really just don't know. It's an individual thing for all of them when it's going to click in, if it's going to. You just don't know.
Yeah, I got a chance to talk to Kyle Seager, and I really like him, man. He's such a good, young, talented player. And I was talking to him about, Mike Trout and Mark Trumbull, those 2 young, talented players for the Angels, and about their work ethic and what they do. And it's not a coincidence why they're really good players. These guys are students of the game. They study every facet of it. They are sitting in the video room studying. And I told them, you need to be a player that you need to put everything possible while your time here in the big leagues. You need to be a student of the game. And if pitchers are going to exploit, that's part of our job, is to try to find your weakness and exploit that. If that happens and you don't make an adjustment, it's going to be a very, very long season or a long dry spell where you're not going to get any offense. You've got to constantly make adjustments.
That's a theme of today. We started talking about that earlier, about what Ortiz was talking about with Noesi yesterday.
It's always been a game of adjustments. Either you're pitching or hitting or whatever the situation is, you have to make an adjustment. Otherwise, your time out there on the mound or in the box is going to be limited.
Well, and the other thing, too, and you know that you're talking about your prep work now that you have to do to get ready. But these guys have so many more tools to use. You may as well use them, because somebody else is going to use it against you if you don't.
Line drive, center field, coming on Wells, and it drops in front for a base hit. And died out there. Base hit for Saltalamacchia.
Yeah, you're exactly right, Mike. It's the advantages that these guys have now compared to when we played are huge. The video technology that they have. There is no reason you should not know where pitches are going to be located or hitters where their weaknesses are. And that's part of the young player's job. You can't rely on your coaches to sit there and go, hey, come here, let's look at some video.
Right.
You need to take it upon yourself that this is my job, this is what I do as a professional. I need to get in there and make myself a better player, whatever it takes.
There's Adrian Gonzalez. Best ball for a strike. Adrian flied out to center his first time. No scores. We play here in the top of the 4th, 2 outs, 1 on for Boston. Mark Langston joining us, so we'll see next time we come down to Anaheim.
You got it. I'm there.
Well stroked, right field, base hit. Saltalamacchia will get to third. Here come the Red Sox with 2 outs.
How long are you in now? Are you going to leave tomorrow? Or?
I'm leaving Monday because my oldest daughter has just moved up here to the Pacific Northwest. Cool. So she was born here and has said Seattle is always tugged at her heart, and here she is. So she just moved up here literally this week. So my wife and I are, we've been doing this and a lot of busy stuff here. So the next couple days we're going to be
good for you.
Be arranging some furniture.
Quite familiar.
Yes, a lot of time at Home Depot probably.
I hear you. Will Middlebrooks, third baseman for the Sox, popped out the short to end the second inning, and right now Furbush in a little bit of trouble here. One to Middlebrooks. Middlebrooks went upper deck yesterday. Bobby Valentine said did it with one hand. Looked like that the top hand came off his bat, and he got that to the lower. Because the low hand, the left hand through the zone real fast, and it looked like it was a one-handed home run.
Well, he's strong, and watching him take batting practice, and of course the home run that he hit yesterday, that he hit off the walkway. He looks like he's going to be around for a long time. He's a big, strong kid and playing third. Standing out on the field, and you get a better idea just how big he is. And that's the way, Trumbo, you mentioned earlier, that's a big man.
He's a big, strong young man, for sure.
A 1-1 count. Trout's ripping it up, though.
I'll tell you what. I said it on the radio when I did the game the other day. I don't know if I've ever seen a young player as talented he is. In fact, I immediately went to junior. Is the last time I've seen a guy to come up to the big leagues and toy with it like it's a wiffle ball game. Junior was the last guy I've seen that came up here and just he would in between innings eat 2 slices of pizza and then come up and hit a 2-run homer.
Middlebrooks strikes out on a breaking ball and a good one. Mark, we'll see you next time we get together with the Angels. Pleasure, man. And congratulations. That's a great honor throwing out the first pitch. Both you guys.
It's quite an honor to always come up here. These are where my roots are. Seattle's always been a special place for me. All right, man. Thanks.
All right. Mark Langston joining us here in the booth. We'll be back with more right after this. Proud to induct Randy Johnson and Dan Wilson into the Mariners Hall of Fame, and we want you to share in the celebration. Join Jay Buhner, Alvin Davis, Edgar Martinez, and other special guests for the Hall of Fame luncheon. It's on Friday, July 27th, right here at Safeco Field, on the field. That luncheon is going to be filled with great moments from the memorable careers of Randy and Dan. So for more information, Mariners.com/HOF. Mariners through 3 innings, being no hit by Josh Beckett. Ichiro drove one to the wall in deep right center field, but Cody Ross tracked it down. Jesper Wells did commit. There's a strike. Wells, Seager, and Jaso 2, 3, and 4 here in the home fourth.
Beckett has been on his game. You look at overall 32 pitches for him, 24 strikes, only 8 balls.
3 strikeouts and 1 walk this far. For them again, 0-2.
Right around 70%, 75% fastballs in the game.
Beckett's lost his last 3 decisions. Last win was at Philadelphia May 20th. Wells has a 1-2 count leading off the bottom of the 4th. It up. Gonzalez watches it get out of play. Beckett this year has victories against Tampa Bay, at Minnesota, against the Mariners, in Boston on the 15th of May, and at Philadelphia on May 20th. A 1-2 count here to Wells. Just off the plate inside, 2-2.
After a couple of sliders, he's used the fastball and missed with both of them. Casper likes to hit the fastball. I think Beckett, if he's going to start him with it, maybe he'll try to put him away with the slider.
Pretty well tagged. But running it down on the track is Ryan Kalish for the first out. We're talking about how the ball club has been struggling. The Safeco Field effect. Take a look at this. Mariners extra base hits at Safeco Field, 1.8 per game. On the road it picks up at 2.0. And look at the opponents. Same thing. They're affected here by the ball club, by the ballpark, 3.2, and then it picks up when they're out of here. So an 80% increase when on the road. Taking a look at some of the other numbers. Here's a bunt attempt by Seager. Here's another way of looking at extra base hits, percentage of batted balls at Safeco Field, 7.2%. That's for the Mariners. They go on the road, not the same. On the road, look what they do when they pick it up, though. 10.3.
And you can see the difference. It's not just the hitting, but you can see the difference in the pitching also, which I think is interesting. You look at that.
Same for both teams, for the Mariners and for their opponents. Things change once they get out of here. Thanks to the folks at Fangraphs for the germ of these graphics here. Line drive by Seager, caught by Gonzalez.
Well, you look at the last 3 batters. That we showed the great catch on Ichiro, and then you had Casper Wells gave it a good ride up against the fence in left center field, and now you have Kyle Seager hitting this ball on our McDonald's Supermo. Hits it right on the button. That's a solid line drive, but it's right at the first baseman. So the top 3 hitters having good at bats, and that's the only way you can look at it when you square the ball up. Unfortunate that they don't have anything to show for it.
John Jaso, the hitter, looked at 3 pitches, striking out in the 2nd inning. Popped up, playable. Left fielder takes charge. It's Nava, and Beckett continues to no-hit the Mariners through 4 here at Safeco Field. out in the concourse in right center field. That's a great work of art done by the folks out at studio in Chicago. And a good vantage point from the Hoffer seat, Hall of Famer. I love how they recreated his scorebook from the day in '95. Mariners beat the Yankees. Cody Ross, Ryan Kalish, Mike Aviles against Charlie Furbush. Still waiting word on Erasmo Ramirez, who left the game after 2 2/3. He had an 0-1 count to Aviles. Had to leave the game. Charlie came in, and since then, Charlie struck out 2, giving up 2 hits. Cody Ross flied to center his first time.
Charlie, trying to remember, I can't remember the last time he was really stretched out. It's been a while. He'll typically pitch an inning, maybe 2, so it looks like it's going to be committee tonight. All the guys are going to have to be available, with Ramirez just going 2 2/3.
Normally you might have gotten Iwakuma. And Iwakuma's going to pitch Monday,
right,
in lieu of Millwood coming off another groin strain. So normally you probably would have got Iwakuma here, and they would have saved Charlie for a late inning situation against a tough lefty.
Kelly and Perez had pitched last night.
3-1. And Cody Ross, he's aboard. You were talking about hard hit balls with what happened with the Mariners with Ichiro and Wells and Seager. Safeco Field effect. Mariners batting average balls put in play here at Safeco Field, 244 against 299 on the road. Look at the 23% increase. And then look what happens. That same thing for opponents, 263 compared to 303. That's a 15% increase on the road.
You see the major league average at 296.
Again, thanks to the folks at FanGraphs, helping us with a lot of this information. Great to see Mark Langston. Looks nothing near his 52 years of age.
No, doesn't.
Close. Runner goes. Pulled foul.
He was right. He was obviously a talented pitcher when he was here, and then when the Mariners decided to trade him away, it was just Randy Johnson, but Brian Holman came over in that deal. Brian pitched well for the Mariners for a number of years. Gene Harris.
An 0-1 pitch. Breaking ball. He did commit, Ryan Kalish. 0-2. Another breaking ball. Runner advances. And he's in there safely. Kalish strikes out. And Cody Ross moves up.
A couple of good breaking balls from Charlie. Both of them off the plate away. As he gets Kalish to chase him, you can see the amount of break. It's like a big slurve. And that has been the out pitch for Charlie. Take a look at the McDonald's Supermo. See if this ball hits the ground. Oh, it looks like it just hits the heel of Olivo's glove. And Ross, as soon as he sees it gets away from him, takes off, and he gets down into scoring position.
1 out, runner at second. Here's Aviles, way outside. Aviles was at the dish when Ramirez had to leave the ball game and went with an 0-1 count. Back in the third inning.
Vilas was able to hit a fastball his last time up, the base hit up the middle. He's having a good year. Right around 270, has 9 home runs, hitting 9th in this lineup. 43 RBIs.
Seager checks the runner, holds him, throws over. Good footwork by Smoke. Seager double clutch there. They get a big second out. AT&T trivia question: how many active players have 400+ career home runs? I took myself out of it. The fans with B6. What'd you go with?
I went with 7.
Survey says 7. Alex Rodriguez, Jim Thome, Chipper Jones, Mr. Pujols, Jambi, Jones, Konerko, and Ortiz. Ortiz right now is tied with Andres Galarraga. Al Kaline, 399. Two outs, top of the order. Daniel Nava fly to right and took a called third strike. Red Sox had first and second, 2 out in the fourth, and Furbush was able to get out of it by striking out Middlebrooks. CenturyLink brings you the high-speed pitch. Beckett and Charlie at both 93.
Opportunities for either club so far in the game. I have the Red Sox 0 for 2 with men in scoring position. The Mariners just 0 for 1.
Red Sox won last night 5-0. Felix Hernandez led the Mariners to a 1-0 victory. 2 nights ago, John Jaso coming up with a big RBI in the 9th. Breaking ball, strike 2.
And for Charlie, when he gets into the 0-2, 1-2 counts, he has really been terrific at putting away hitters this year. We mentioned he had 17 outings, now 18 with at least 1 strikeout for Charlie. And he'll typically try to either waste a fastball here. If he throws the breaking ball, he'll try to throw it at the back foot of the right-handed hitter.
He's got Nava 0-2. 2 outs. Runner at second. He's digged by Olivo.
There's that breaking ball at the back foot. Nava able to lay off of it. Take a look at it. He's trying to throw it right at his back foot, get the hitter to swing over the top of this hard breaking ball. Nava takes it all the way, bounces out in front of the plate.
Second scoring threat of the night for the Boston Red Sox. Bobby Valentine in his first year after being on TV the last couple of years. 1-2 pitch. Foul. His third base coach, a good player in his day, Jerry Royster. Bobby V. It's Texas and the New York Mets as prior engagements. Plays Terry Francona, who took Valentine's place at the TV desk and in the TV booth. 1-2.
You see Charlie trying to mix his pitches up. Throw a fastball up in the zone, try to throw it by Nava. Nava able to just foul it off. I believe he's going to go back to his bread and butter, and that's that breaking ball.
No runs on 3 hits, no errors for the Red Sox. No runs, no hits, no errors for the Mariners as we play here in the top of the 5th. Going to 1-2 count to Nava. Try to play again.
Charlie sneaking up on 40 pitches now, 38, 26 of those for strikes. Levo making a trip out to the mound. This will be the 7th pitch coming up here to Nava, so I think he wants to see where he wants to go from here in this 1-2 count after Nava has been able to foul off a number of pitches.
Texas already a winner over Oakland 7-2. Angels were pummeled at Toronto 11-2. Other action in the American League West. Good battle here, Nava against Furbush. Count stuck at 1-2. Charlie set. 1-2 to Nava. Right to Kawasaki. That'll do it. Second inning in a row. Charlie Furbush gets out of trouble. Another 0 posted on the board. Let's see if the Mariners can get something going. Smoke, Ackley, and Olivo coming up. A cloudy night in Seattle here at Safeco Field, and we told you about a lot of variables that here at Safeco Field, and another one that we can't control, but it does factor into some of the offensive woes here at the ballpark. Last 30 years, average high temperature 67 degrees. This spring, it's dropped off a little bit, and the average low at 49.6, that has dropped off. So the temperatures have a little bit of effect as well on some of the offensive numbers that you do and do not get here at Safeco Field. Justin Smoke to lead it off. Walked his first time. Josh Beckett. No hit ball through 4. He struck out 3, walked 1.
He was able to break out a changeup. He's thrown strikes. You never know what you're going to get when you have somebody come off the DL, even a veteran pitcher like Beckett, but he has been on his game. 43 pitches, 31 of those for strikes.
Swing and a miss, 1-2.
In fact, just the one walk, and that was to Justin back in the second inning.
On 2 strikes. 32-year-old Josh Beckett. Strike 3 called. That's his 4th strikeout. One more weather graphic. We want to show you the May and June weather. Look at that. 41 days below normal high temps. 39 days with below normal low temps. May and June. That's a total of 61 days. And then the baseball schedule, 9 games with normal or above high temps and 19 games with below normal high temperatures. A lot of factors affecting this baseball here in Seattle in these last 2 months, May and June. Ackley looks at a strike count even at 1-1.
Let me know when you can figure something out as far as changing the weather. Take a look at Beckett in the game and what he's featuring. A lot of two-seam fastballs for him, mixing up the rest of his pitches.
Mariners shut out last night. So that's 13 consecutive scoreless innings.
They're still looking for their first hit in this one.
2-1.
Lucas Litke getting loose, so another left-hander getting ready to come into the game for the Mariners. And there's Lucas.
Gil Oliva's on deck. 1 out and a 3-1 count here to Ackley. Popped it up, no play.
It's one of the areas where the Mariners have been fortunate. I think if you look at Lucas and then Charlie later on, a couple of left-handers that you would expect to come in and hope they would consistently get lefties out. Well, they've not only done that, but they've been able to get through the right-handed hitters too. So Eric Wedge in these situations has been able to use them for a full inning or 2 at a time and not have to just pitch them to the one lefty or 2 and get them out of the game. These guys have really done an excellent job.
Payoff pitch to Ackley. Bounces it to Pedroia. 2 outs. Weak ground ball for the second out. We're in the 5th. Stars align for the 2012 Major League Baseball All-Star Game. Best of the American League take on the National League's top players. Don't miss the action Tuesday, July 10th. 7:30 p.m. Eastern Time, 4:30 p.m. Pacific on Fox. It'll be the 83rd All-Star Game. Late 50s, early 60s. Used to play 2 this season for a few years.
Well, with 2 outs, let's see if Miguel Olivo can get into one. Miguel with 6 home runs on the year. Slow breaking ball, 76 miles an hour. Really took a lot off of that one. Miguel grounded out to third. His first time up.
Off the end of the bat. Saw a highlight from a game, and I can't remember which game it was, but the foul ball went like that, went way foul, came back fair. Catcher threw the runner out at first base.
That's why you always run hard.
There you go. There's your bottom line. 0-2. They get off the end of the bat.
What did your coach say when you were playing football? Play until the whistle blows, and it's exactly no different in this game. When the umpire calls it foul, you better run.
It went wide.
I saw it. It was wide of the line too.
Oh man!
It came back a couple of feet, didn't it?
Yes, it did. First base hit. Miguel Olivo on a 1-2 count with 2 outs. Here in the 5th inning, breaks up the no-hit bid.
Take a look at this hit bat. It's a pitch on the outside corner to Olivo. Stays with it and hooks it out into left field on a line. Get Beckett in the stretch, see if the Mariners can get something done.
Bring up Sean Figgins, who struck out on 3 pitches back in the 3rd.
Figgins had success against Beckett. 308 hitter career against him.
It's a pitch outside for ball 1. Figgy 0 for 3 last night. Vegas fouls one away, 1-1. That was the first hit by Olivo. You had Ichiro driving one deep to right center field. Cody Ross caught it up against the wall to end the third inning. Wells went deep to center field, leading off the fourth. Seager hit one hard right at Gonzalez. So there have been some balls hit hard prior to that Olivo single. 1-1. High fly ball, right field. Ross puts it away, and that'll do it for the Mariners. 5 in the books. You got a scoreless ball game. Take you out to the Chapel of Glove. The Elvis impersonators on Viva Las Vargas night.
Today's Tracer Technology is brought to you by the Emerald Queen Casino, the entertainment capital of the Northwest.
Back here at Safeco Field, good crowd on hand. Boston Red Sox in town. Game 3 of a 4-game set. They'll be back again September 3, 4, and 5. This is Viva Las Vargas night, as you see the folks, some of the first 10,000 who came into the ballpark and got the gold Elvis-style glasses. Lucas Litke takes over.
Lucas having a fine season with the Mariners. You can see with his ERA at a 1.4. Really has pitched well. 18 strikeouts in the 19 and a third innings that Lucas has pitched. Opponent's average just 197. So Eric Wedge probably try to stretch him out for a couple of innings if he can. Again, Ramirez getting injured here early in the game, only going 2 2/3, and so it'll be the bullpen trying to piece this thing together. Charlie Burbis pitched well again.
Sure did. 2 1/3, 3 hits, 1 walk, 3 Ks for Charlie. Dustin Pedroia leads off, followed by David Ortiz and Jared Saltalamacchia at 2, 3, and 4 for the Sox. So far tonight, Pedroia strikeout, tap back to the pitcher.
For Lucas, he'll have to work through the tough part of the lineup. Not that there are any breaks with the Red Sox, but he'll get 2, 3, and 4.
2-1. Off speed pitch. Pedroia a little in front, 2-2. Red Sox come in the number 2 team in batting, runs and hits. They lead the major leagues in doubles with 191. The majors in extra base hits with 291, 6th in home runs in the American League. Chop foul.
Sean Kelly, right-hander. Again, he pitched last night. He's getting loose in the pen now.
Two scoreless innings for Sean last night. Came in relief of Hector Nuesi with 5.
Found a really good slider last night. Was able to locate a great curveball.
Totally full. Pedroia just turns on his heels and heads back to the dugout. Good start for Litke. One out here in the 6th. Fans, be sure, check out the new Root Sports Game Connect, an interactive second screen experience bringing fans closer to the game with live stats, trends, and analysis. Root Sports Game Connect. Connect now at rootsports.com. Bobby David Ortiz, strikeout and a ground out to second.
Casper Wells shading towards left center field. See the big time numbers for Ortiz. He is over 2. Still hitting .305 with 21 home runs and 53 RBIs. So Lucas will have to locate that breaking ball. He's going to use it against Ortiz.
One count. Diving Ackley. Throws out Ortiz. Well done. 2 outs here in the 6th.
Fine play. Ackley playing over towards the hole. Expecting Ortiz to pull the ball. Well, he does, but just doesn't quite pull it to that side of the infield. So to the backhand side, you take a look at the McDonald Supermo. Just smothers that ground ball as he hits the dirt. Once he comes up with it cleanly, he has plenty of time to throw Ortiz out, but a fine play by Dustin Ackley.
Bringing up the catcher. Jared Saltalamacchia. Lined out hard to Smoke and singled to center. Litke Rule 5 pickup from Milwaukee. A lot of times Rule 5 guys, they're just taking a look. Then he comes out, nobody had heard of this guy in spring training. Had some good moments, makes the club, and he's been outstanding. Seager to his left. Throws out Saltalamacchia. Litke 1, 2, 3, 6. Kawasaki, Ichiro, and Wells. Mariners have just one hit in this scoreless ball game.
Seattle Mariners baseball on Root Sports is brought to you by Northern Quest Casino, Spokane's newest destination resort, by Widmer Brothers Brewing, craft brewing in Portland, Oregon since 1984, and by your Lexus dealer, who invites you to test drive a Lexus today. Let's rejoin Dave and Mike for the bottom of the sixth.
All right, Tom, good crowd here. Doubling his Elvis pleasure here tonight. Viva Las Vegas is the theme at the ballpark tonight. Kawasaki in front of one. Nice stop down there. Strike one. Kawasaki tap back to Beckett his first time up. One hit tonight by the Mariners. A 2-out fifth inning single by Miguel Olivo. 3 other balls they've hit hard here tonight. Salas takes care of Kawasaki. 1 out. Top of the order, Ichiro. Ichiro bid for extra bases. 2 outs in the third. Cody Roach ran it down up against the fence around the 385 sign. Right center field.
You're looking for some patterns from Beckett. He was using his fastball a lot, and as you would expect from a veteran, that number, he was up around 75%. His number's falling as he's starting to use his off-speed pitches more and more. So he wants to start him with a changeup.
Quick run, Ichiro.
Quality changeup, running it back on the inside corner. There's the number, 66% now, so starting to make his own adjustments to the Mariners lineup, trying to keep them off balance.
Beckett back from the DL. Flipped left field, base hit. See if he runs here.
Off another off-speed pitch. Ichiro able to stay with it just long enough. It looked like he hit it towards the end of the bat, but was able to flip it into left field for a base hit. Yeah, this is the changeup again. You can see the movement on it. No, I think you're right, David. Stringing hits together has been a challenge. And I think with the way the Mariners have pitched so far, you have to take a chance here and let him run.
Do not wait for starting gun. Go.
I agree. Go early, too, so if you make it, Casper has a few pitches to work with to try to drive you in.
Saunders under the weather the last couple of nights. That's why we haven't seen him. Here's Wells. Strikeout. And fly ball deep to the track in left center field. Ichiro doesn't go. Pitch outside, ball 1. Ichiro this season 10 out of 12 in base stealing.
Beckett, he's a veteran. He understands the situation. He held the ball for a long time there. So many times we talk about throwing over and keeping a runner close. You can also change things up by holding the ball longer, changing different pace you have going to the plate. And Beckett will also use a slide step at times. I think it's worth the risk if you can pick the right pitch to run on. Again, Beckett throwing more off-speed pitches.
2-0.
Casper's been swinging the bat well. He's got himself into a fastball count. We'll see if Beckett will give in to him. Casper coming into the game hitting .277 with a couple of home runs.
Two-0 count. Play him straight away in the outfield. Ichiro runs. It's by Saltalamacchia. Down to second with a stolen base. His 11th is Ichiro, and it's a 3-ball count on Casper Wells.
Picks a good pitch to run on. It's a fastball, but one of the few times we've seen Beckett bounce that pitch as a catcher. You don't expect a major league pitcher to throw a fastball into the dirt. Ichiro is able to get down into scoring position without a throw.
One behind Saunders. Who's the team leader? Troya keeping Ichiro close. 3-0 count to Wells.
Sean Kelly had been up in the Mariners' pen. Now it looks like it's Brandon Lee getting loose. Kyle Seager waiting on deck. Kyle hit the ball right on the button his last time up. Unfortunately, it was a line drive right to Gonzalez at first. I like it. Why not? 3-0 count. Turn him loose. He's been swinging the bat well. He's been one of your odd hitters. Let him see if he can barrel something up. Had a fastball that was middle away from him and fouls it off. I like it.
When you're hitting a $167 the last five, yeah, exactly right. Come on.
The other thing about it too is Beckett has only walked one batter. That was Smoke back in the second. He's throwing strikes. You can't just sit around and wait for him to lose it.
3-1 here to Wells. Ichiro at second. One out. No score. Bottom of the sixth. Take the walk. Will be the second issue tonight.
I think he ended up getting that walk because of the 3-0 swing. Beckett knowing that he's ready to swing 3-0. He's certainly going to swing 3-1. So he tried to make a perfect pitch, a located fastball. He missed with it, and he puts him on base.
So the Mariners, for the first time tonight, have 2 runners aboard.
Well, they have their club RBI leader, Kyle Seager, coming up. Kyle with 46 ribbies on the year, 10 home runs.
Game number 6 of this homestand. The Mariners have scored 5 runs.
I think Boston will play Kyle straight away in the outfield and on the infield.
Seager 0 for 2. Wide of center, lined out to Gonzalez at first. Again, Mortensen starting to throw here. Clayton Mortensen throwing for the Sox.
Yeah, Beckett coming off of the DL. He's up to 67 pitches now.
Ball 1. Beckett 2-1 in 4 previous starts here at Safeco Field. 3.33 ERA. One-0 to Seager, 2 on. Popped it up. Avilas checking with the left fielder. Avilas going back. It drops in. Everybody's safe. Avilas was looking at Nava. Nava came on. Avilas tried to pick up some speed to close that gap. That ball drops in. The Mariners have him loaded up.
That's a huge break. The ball was in the air for a long time. Nava was playing deep, so he had a long way to go, more towards left center. But this ball is in the air a long time. Avilas, the shortstop, trying to make up the difference. You see him get out of the way.
He was waiting for the outfielder to take control.
Yeah, I think you're right. It's clearly a fair ball. And Nava came up. He was ready to throw the ball to second base, but nobody was at second.
So a dewdrop in. Bases loaded. Here's Jaso. Ball 1. Jaso won the game 2 nights ago in the 9th inning.
And these are the spots he's been so good in. Again, 7 game-winning RBIs for Jaso in limited playing time.
Mariners have him loaded up with 1 out. Ichiro with a base hit. He slaps one to the left. A walk to Wells and Seager. Parachutes one in. They'll load him up for Jaso. Hits it hard. Right field. Tony Ross is not getting that one. Bounces off the fence. Ichiro scores. Coming right behind him is Wells. A 2-run double. He's becoming a cult hero here in Seattle. John Jaso gives the Mariners a 2-0 lead.
He doesn't care. Yeah, he doesn't care what the pitch is. He's got an idea of what he wants to do in these situations. You take a look at it, pitch middle in, and this ball is hammered. I mean, a line drive that hits in the middle of the wall in right field. See Cody Ross going back. He gets a little too close to the wall. The ball will ricochet. It's hit so hard off of the padding and get by him.
First extra base hit by either team. The Mariners have converted.
Every now and then, Dave, you have to catch a break, and the Mariners certainly catching one in this inning with that fly ball from Seager to load the bases up and give Jaso, who knows in that situation, worst case scenario, he's going to try to get a sacrifice fly. Finds a pitch that he can elevate and hits a line drive off the fence. He's been something. Eric Wedge again putting him in the cleanup spot in tonight's game, trying to get something going offensively. And sometimes it works out in your favor with the right guy coming up with the bases loaded.
That it did in this case. Jaso had been 0 for 11 career against Beckett. 2 more ducks on the pond here. Let's see if Smoke can find his stroke. 1 out. Infield in close.
Well, with 1 out, you have Seager at third, of course, Jaso at second base. I would assume Eric Wedge will go on contact here. If Seager gets thrown out at the plate, you still have Jaso at third with 2 outs, but I think you give yourself a chance to try to steal another run if Smoke hits it on the ground.
1-0 pitch.
Oh, he took a lot off of that curveball. 74 miles an hour on that last curveball. Pitch in the middle of the plate. Justin takes a big hack at it, but swings over the top of it. There you can see the location. Centered.
2 runs, 4 hits for the Mariners. No runs, 3 hits for the Red Sox. 1-1 count to Smoke. 2 on, 1 out. Time granted.
I think if Kyle Seager is going to go on contact here, Middlebrooks is well off the bag at third with the left-handed hitting Smoke up there. I'd like to see him get another step or 2 as far as his lead goes. Should at least get as far off as a third baseman is away from the bag.
1-1. Triple foul.
Didn't look like Kyle was going to go on contact there.
Bobby Valentine's team trailing here in the 6th.
The next pitch will be 75 for Beckett.
Jaso going down to talk to Jeff Datz at third.
He wants to be clear. He wants to know if Kyle's going to go on contact, because if he does, Jaso, one of the best base runners on the team, along with everything else that he does well, he'll take off right away. He wants to make sure he gives himself every chance to get into third, and he wants to know what Kyle is going to do in this at-bat.
Lance Barksdale breaking up the confab between Saltalamacchia and Beckett.
Dustin Ackley waiting on deck.
One and 2 the count to Smoke. Way inside. You got the first baseman Gonzalez about halfway, respecting the pull power of Smoke. Everybody else considerably closer. A 2-2 count. Two to Smoke. I thought he may have fouled that off his foot.
I thought he did too. That was funny when it came off of home plate. I thought he hit it off of his foot also.
I was waiting for Barksdale to say something, and then Smoke ran.
But nobody's saying anything. Smoke isn't saying anything. Nobody's coming out of the dugout.
Wow.
But that was strange looking.
How about that? I thought for sure.
Take a look at it as Smoke swings it to see if it hits his leg in our McDonald's Supermo. It jams him. It gets in on his hands.
It didn't hit his foot. It's awfully close.
It's awfully close. And Beckett, he thought he was going to go on contact as far as Seager. So he looked at home. He was expecting the runner to head towards home and threw awkwardly to first. It worked out for him.
Boy, it's been that kind of a week.
Bring up Dustin Ackley. Ackley is 0 for 2. He's grounded out a couple of times to the right side of the infield.
Normal depth for the infield. First pitch. When Smoke took off after a hesitation, because I'm watching the thing and it just didn't sound right.
It didn't sound right. It didn't look right.
Yeah. So I thought, and as many times as he's fouled a ball off his foot, right? But these guys didn't say anything, so clearly it was. Oh boy, 1-0. 2-0. John Jaso, a 2-run line drive double off the right field wall. Scored Ichiro and Wells and left Seager at third, Jaso at second. Ackley tried to bring him home. Inside. Goes to 3-0.
Turning loose again. They're just going to put him on. Beckett would look. He looked like he was pitching around the left-handed hitter. You have the right-handed hitter Olivo waiting on deck, so they'll just put him on. Olivo is 1 for 2. He's the one that got the Mariners their first base hit. That coming back in the 5th inning. Now they'll have him loaded again.
Well, something deep in a gap or better. See what happens.
Yeah, Beckett, 80 pitches, 51 strikes.
Olivo 1 for 2, grounded the third base hit to left. It was the first hit for the Mariners. It came with 2 outs in the 5th inning. The base is loaded now. Waved at a big breaking ball, strike 1. Olivo with that base hit makes him 1 for 5 against Beckett.
Brandon League looks like he's ready to go in the pen. He's just standing out there watching the field. I would assume he will come in and pitch in the 7th inning, but he's certainly ready to go.
Olivo's not had many opportunities this year. Bases loaded. He's 1 for 2 with an RBI. Lucas Litke right now is the Mariner pitcher of record. Pitched a scoreless 6th. Oh, 1 pitch. Took a lot off of that one as well. 0-2.
And he wanted to go away with this pitch, but he leaves it on the inner third of the plate. That's in that area where Olivo likes the ball. He likes it middle in. Missed it.
Olivo, the 8th man to the plate for the Mariners here in the 6th. Reload, do it again. 0-2. Wells scored, as did Ichiro, and 2-run double by Jaso. A lot of Red Sox fans here in this ballpark. Of course, some of the Mariner fans will shout them down right now. An 0-2 count, 2 outs, bases juiced for Olivo. Seen a couple off-speed pitches. It delivers. This ball up high, 1-2. Inning started with Kawasaki grounding out the first. Ichiro flipped the single to left field. Wells walked in a 3-1 pitch. Jaso make that Seager on a 1-0 pitch, got a base hit. It dropped in short left field, and then a 1-0 offering Jaso. Line drive double off the fence in right field. 1-2 to Olivo. Cat and mouse going on here.
Well, I think Beckett, one of 2 things is going to happen with this pitch. He's either going to try to bust him back in with the fastball or go away with the slider. He's down to just about 60% fastballs. Well, he feels better about his breaking ball. I think Olivo is going to see at least a couple more breaking balls. Probably this next one off the plate away.
1-2 pitch coming to Miguel. Pulls a breaking ball down to Middlebrooks. Charges. Throws out Olivo, but a good inning nonetheless for the Mariners. Who comes up big again? Number 27 for your Seattle Mariners, John Jaso. Rifles a double off the right field wall for 2 runs, and the Mariners have scored, and they've got a lead of 2-0.
Here at Safeco Field, Tom Glasgow with you from the Forward Sports Desk. Let's talk some soccer. Sounders FC on the road taking on New England. A big night for forward Eddie Johnson, who comes up big. Look at that fan support on the road for the Sounders. Mark Birch feeding Johnson the header. 2 goals in the game, but get this, the Revolution get a late goal. 94th minute, extra time, and the game ends in a 2-2 draw. Let's send it back to Dave and Mike.
All right, thank you, Tom. Adrian Gonzalez will lead it off here in the Red Sox top of the 7th against Lucas Litke.
And this will be the last batter for Litke, facing the left-handed hitting Gonzalez. You have Middlebrooks and Ross after that. And Brandon League again ready to go out in the bullpen, so he'll just face this one hitter, and then it'll be Brandon League.
Gonzalez tonight 1 for 2, single to right last time up.
It was tough to tell on the replay, but I'll be interested in talking to Justin to see if he felt that ball hit him at all, or what happened on the one, because that's a huge break right there.
He was delayed coming out of the box.
He waited a second, and then I think when he didn't hear a call, he decided to run. But I'll be curious to hear him. This base hit back up the middle from Gonzalez.
Second hit for Agon. He's 2 for 3. And that'll do it. Here comes Wedge. He bring in the right-hander to face Middlebrooks. It's a 2-0 Mariner lead.
The Boston Red Sox 2-0. Tom Glasgow with you from the Ford Sports Desk. We want to take you back to Thursday night, game one of this series. The freaky pick-off injury that occurred when Franklin Gutierrez got hit in the face. He goes down, ended up on the 7-day DL for the concussion. But take a look. He is off the bag. Adrian Gonzalez, first baseman for the Red Sox, with the baseball. At any point, he can tag Franklin Gutierrez out. Watch the umpire, Gary Cedarstrom, take the ball. And at that point, the play is now dead. But up until then, guys, Adrian Gonzalez had the opportunity to tag out Franklin Gutierrez.
All right, Tom, it was, that's exactly right. But one of those human kind of situations, right?
I think if I was aware and I knew what the situation was, I would walk over and tag him out. And I'll tell you the reason why.
I know where you're going. I know where you're going.
When I was playing for the Dodgers and I was at third base is when I blew up my knee.
Yep.
Completely tore it up, and I was a good 5 feet away from third base. And Ken Caminetti, the late Ken Caminetti, had the ball thrown down to him, and he walked up to me and he said, "Mike, sorry I have to do this." Tagged me out and then brought the trainers out.
Yep.
At the time, he didn't know. I didn't know what kind of
Sure.
a mess my knee was in, but I clearly couldn't get up. And I think if you know, you're going to tag him out.
Broken bat Looper drops in first and second. Here come the Red Sox. Let's check back with Tom. You want to follow up on that, Tom?
Well, guys, it was interesting. We had a conversation with the umpires last night about the entire situation, and they were saying once it became obvious that Adrian Gonzalez's main concern was the health of Franklin Gutierrez, they felt that was the right time, or at least in the case of Gary Cedarstrom, that was the time to take that baseball and rule that play dead.
Yeah, and I think that's fair because Gonzalez, he made no attempt, didn't even take a step over to where Franklin was at and left it alone. So I think that's fair. And I think everything turned out right the way that it should have been, the timing of it.
Bigger issues now with League on the mound. 2 men aboard, nobody out. Cody Ross, the hitter. Right through the 5-hole, base hit. Gonzalez, not a fast runner. He's being held up as Wells gets it in. Cut off by Ackley. And the Sox have him loaded up with nobody out. So 3 straight singles. And Boston back in business.
Yeah, this is a ground ball back up the middle. It looked like it went through Brandon's legs. Surprised it missed him. But when it does, it goes into center field. As you mentioned, Gonzalez is not fleet of foot. And when you're down a couple of runs and nobody out, you're not going to take a chance in that situation. Casper Wells, a terrific throwing arm out in center field. The Red Sox aware of that.
And it brings up center fielder Ryan Kalish. 1 for 3 last night. This evening, 0 for 2. Bases loaded, nobody out. First pitch, swing.
Good fastball at 96 miles an hour. Brandon has himself into some trouble, but as you take a look at his numbers, Buddy's going to have to find a way to pitch his way out of it. A broken bat that barely reached the outfield grass, and then a ground ball up the middle, and he finds himself with the bases loaded.
0-1. 31,311 on hand here at Safeco Field. First night 20,692. Last night 23,094. Expecting more tomorrow for Sunday. 1-1 pitch coming here to Kalish. 2-1.
Last pitch was close. Brandon didn't get the call on it.
2-1 pitch. Bouncing ball goes to Ackley. We'll get one to Kawasaki. Natolo get run scores. Scoring on the play, Gonzalez. First choice RBI for Kalish. RBI number 4. Raced at second is Cody Ross.
It was another good pitch from League. He ends up jamming the hitter, and unfortunately he wasn't able to hit this ground ball a little bit harder so they would have a chance to turn 2. But because he was able to get in on his hands, Kawasaki ends up eating it. The Red Sox will pick up a run, but a good pitch from Brandon Lee.
Runners at the corners now. A run in, 1 out. Here's Aviles. 1 for 2 this evening. Hold up, he went strike 1.
Good slider. It's a pitch that Brandon will use from time to time to the right-handed hitters. He likes his split against the lefties.
Come on, Brandon! 2-1 ball game. 6 hits now for the Red Sox. 4 for the Mariners. 0-1. Double-barreled action down there. Melanson is throwing on the right-hand side, and Mortensen to the near part of your screen. Mark Melanson. Clayton Mortensen. 0-2.
Good split. Split in these situations are difficult. I know Brandon Lee has a lot of confidence in Miguel Oliva, but I think if he goes back to his slider off the plate away, might be able to get that strikeout that he needs.
1-2. Hits to Aviles. Almost think it's off the glove. This will tie the ball game. Scoring easily, Middlebrooks. Going down to second, Kalish.
It'll probably be a pass ball.
Pass ball scores that run.
Yeah.
For Olivo, his 6th pass ball. Get a new ball game at 2-2. 1 out, runner at second. Ryan Kalish. Two-two pitch. Aviles. Nice scoop by Seager. Holds the runner. Throws out Aviles. Out number 2.
That's a good play from Kyle. Decided to be aggressive right away and come get that ball. Ends up getting a short hop. Makes it an easier play for him. Red Sox now 1 for 6 with men in scoring position. You can see him come in and just smother this ball on the short hop. Aviles runs well. Kyle right away coming in to get it. That's what you want to see from your third baseman. Those plays can eat you up at times unless you make a decision, and Kyle typically is aggressive and a good play.
2 outs, top of the order, Daniel Nava. 0 for 3, fly to right. Strikeout looking, lined out to shortstop. Ball 1. Nava switch hitter. To his strong side. 0-1. 6th hitter to the plate.
Jason Vargas looking on. He'll get the ball tomorrow afternoon.
Iwakuma to your left. He'll go on Monday. Baltimore Orioles come to town. On 1 to Nava. Coming up tomorrow, Felix Dubron takes on Jason Vargas. 8-4 record for Dubron. 4.5 ERA. Same number as Vargas. Shade Nava, couple steps towards left, not too deep. 2-1 count. Fastball beats him 2-2.
This fastball has consistently been 96 miles an hour. The last one elevated up the top of the strike zone.
2 outs, 2-2. The count, runner at second. 2-2 ball game. Full count with Pedroia on deck.
Oliver Perez, the hard-throwing left-hander, getting loose in the Mariners' pen. Now probably gave him loose for Ortiz, who will hit after Pedroia. There's Perez.
Big pitch right here from League. 3-2 to Nava. Back.
Nava having a good year for the Red Sox. Came into the game hitting .311. Next pitch will be 20 for Brandon Lee.
League's ready. 3-2 pitch. Outside, walked him. League has come in and given up a bloop single, hard single to center. RBI fielder's choice. A ground out, now a walk.
The Mariners have to do it one more time. They've been able to hold Pedroia down. He hasn't had a hit in the series yet. Carl Willis will come out of the dugout, have a conversation with Brandon Lee. Again, Perez throwing in the Mariners bullpen.
This copyrighted telecast is presented by authority of the Seattle Mariners. It may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Seattle Mariners. What a jam now. That short-lived lead in jeopardy here with 2 on. 2 outs, top of the 7th. Lucas Licky left after giving up a single to start this inning. Single to Gonzalez, who since scored.
Pedroia 0 for 3 with a couple of strikeouts.
Tough hitter here in Pedroia. First and second. That's a strike. You got Kalish at second, Nava at first base. 2 down.
Good pitch. At the bottom of the strike zone at 96 miles an hour.
Mariners took the lead in the bottom of the 6th. 2-run double by John Jaso. RBI fielder's choice and a pass ball have tied it up here in the top of the 7th. Back up the middle, Kawasaki throws and just gets a hustling Pedroia. That'll do it. The Sox tied at 2-2, home 7th. We'll have Figgins, Kawasaki, and Ichiro coming up upon our return. Sports, being brought to you by Pizza Hut. Say goodbye to boring with the Pizza Low, 2 for $5. Only at your Pizza Hut. Make it great. And by Ford, we are local. Glad you're with us, everybody, here at Safeco Field as we continue this long homestand. 2-2 ball game. New pitcher Mark Melanson takes over for Josh Beckett, the starter for the Boston Red Sox. Here's the line on Beckett.
I think you have to be happy if you're a Red Sox fan with the outing of Beckett. He pitched well coming off the DL, 85 pitches to get through 6 innings, gave up just the 4 hits. A couple of runs, they were earned, 3 walks, 4 strikeouts. They mentioned Melanson will take over for the Red Sox, hard-throwing right-hander. His numbers on the year, high ERA, only 9 innings pitched for him, 5 strikeouts, 4 walks. Opponents average .359. In those 9 innings, he has given up 5 home runs.
Time to go to work for the Mariner offense again. They got 2 runs on 3 hits and left them loaded in the bottom of the 6th. First hitter's going to be Sean Figgins. Figgins tonight a strikeout and a fly to right. Get the spark fired up again on this Mariner offense.
We have some table setters coming up big. It's Kawasaki and Ichiro.
Strike 1. Figgins. Second call up for Melanson. He's rounding it up there at 94. And a 1-1 count. Sean Figgins. Second straight night. Figgins getting a start in left field. Michael Saunders under the weather last couple of days. 1-1. He tight off the plate. 2-1.
Middlebrooks not giving Figgins the option to bunt. He's playing well in on the grass. They're going to make Figgins swing the bat.
Got a 2-1 count. 3-1. Kawasaki's on deck. He's had an 0 for 2 night.
Figgins can find his way on. It sets up well for Eric Wedge. You can have Kawasaki bunt him along, and then you have Ichiro come out. Ichiro 1 for 3 in the game with a stolen base and a run scored. Kawasaki is 0 for 2. Grounded out to the pitcher and the first baseman.
Try to stretch some things out. A 3-1 count for Mark Melanson, who came up in the Yankee organization, went to Houston back in 2010. First year here with the Red Sox. Pitch in there for strike.
Figgins taking that pitch all the way. Giving Melanson every opportunity to try to walk him so he can get on base. He'll come right back with another fastball, try to throw it in the middle of the plate.
Payoff pitch. Strike 3 called.
Didn't have to be. That pitch is up in the zone. I think Figgins thought it was too high. There you can see it right at the top of the strike zone. Lance Barksdale throughout this game has called that high strike. That might have been a little bit too high on a fastball. Take another look at it. We can take a look at where this cross is. That's across the letters. You don't see many pitchers get that call. Today's game, typically that ball has to be down around the belt. That's a bad break for the Mariners.
I think he thought he had a free pass. Here's Kawasaki, 0 for 2. He looks at a strike. Middlebrooks in, way in at third. Pitch outside. Two and one. And then Ryan getting the day off. Ryan went 0 for 3 last night.
Oliver Perez continues to throw in the Mariners' path.
Kawasaki with a base hit, right field with 1 out. Mariner base hit.
And a solid base hit. Kawasaki typically hits the ball the other way, but he pulls this pitch, gets a fastball down and in, and hits it hard into right field. Take a look at the McDonald's Supermo. Head down, gets a barrel to it, lines it into right field.
Bobby Valentine, Ichiro, 1 for 3. Slapped the base hit to left field. Scored, and that was in the 6th, and scored on the Jaso 2-run double. Kawasaki 1 for 3 in base stealing. Every day during batting practice, he practices taking that lead. Andrew Miller, long lean lefty, starting to heat up for Boston. Kawasaki practices that lead, practices a hard slide into second base as Ichiro looks at strike 1. One out, Kawasaki. Really fast runner at first. Outside to Ichiro. Mariners got their runs in the 6th, 2-run double by John Jaso. They had been no hit by Josh Beckett through 4, 1 hit through 5 before scoring twice on 3 hits and leaving the bases loaded in the 6th inning.
Hit and run may not be a bad call here. You have Kawasaki with good speed at first. It looks like Aviles, the shortstop, will cover if he tries to run, and Ichiro typically hits the ball the other way, so you could open up a hole if Kawasaki takes off on the left side of the infield.
Up the middle, that'll work. Hard base hit by Ichiro.
Right.
2 hits in successive innings for Ichiro. And the Mariners looking pretty good right here with Casper Wells coming up, 1 out, 2 on.
Well, Ichiro gets a fastball. Take a look at it. Middle of the plate, lines it back up the middle. Solid base hit for Ichiro. Bring up Casper Wells, and so far, a lot of fastballs. So Casper, who likes to hit the fastball, see if he can get one that he can handle and hit it in a gap. Good speed on the bases. Casper in the game, 0 for 2. He walked in the 6th inning. Ended up scoring a run.
Mariners 2 and 3 on this homestand, which will run through Wednesday.
Mariners are also 2 for 5 with men in scoring position tonight.
Good wheels out there. It's to Wells, straightaway center field, backing up Kalish. Makes the catch. Kawasaki goes to third. The runners at the corners. And 2 outs. Sound Transit's new easy to use trip planner. It's easy to get to the game or where you need to go. Visit soundtransit.org to play your next trip. Bobby Valentine going to make a pitching change. He's got Kyle Seager coming up. He'll bring in Andrew Miller. And we shall return right after this. Mariners with the chance to retake the lead.
Today's Tracer Technology is brought to you by the Emerald Queen Casino, the entertainment capital of the Northwest.
See what happens here. 2 runs on 6 hits for both of these clubs here, and a chance for the Mariners to get the lead back. They have runners at the corners with 2 outs, and Kyle Seager's going to be the hitter, with Andrew Miller taking over on the mound. We saw him 2 nights ago. He threw a scoreless inning in the 8th.
Hard throwing left-hander. His fastball will be in the mid-90s with a hard slider. Look at his numbers overall. 18 innings pitched, 19 strikeouts, 6 walks. Opponent's average 167. Kyle Seager this year, he's the guy you want up there. Again, 46 RBIs on the year, tied for first in the American League with 2 out RBIs. 24.
2 North Carolina Tire Heels going head-to-head. Miller got him 2 nights ago, swinging a miss. Got Seager to foul out the 3rd as a final out of the 8th inning in what became a Mariners 1-0 win on Thursday.
And a good fastball from Miller. This one at 95 miles an hour. Our McDonald's Supermo. You see Kyle just a little bit late on that pitch. He'll have to turn it up. That fastball at the top of the strike zone.
Kawasaki at 30, Ichiro at first. 1-1. Inside to Seager, 2-1. Andrew had a stern talking to his ball club before coming out for stretching and hitting today, about 20 minutes worth. Reiterated a lot of the things he spoke to the media about after last night's loss. This one fouled out of play. Mariners offense tonight, 2 runs on 6 hits. And most of it coming in here in the second half of the ballgame.
See all the pitches. That fastball, 94 at the top of the zone. It's a tough pitch to catch up to. If you get the fastball down a little bit, I think he can get the barrel to it.
Bobby Valentine, Randy Neiman, assistant pitching coach. Breaking ball.
That was a good
one.
one.
Miller thought he had it.
I think he did have it. Kyle Seager, he caught a break on that. That pitch looked like it was on the outside corner.
Miller was making his way towards the dugout. John Jaso's been Mr. Clutch. Drove the Mariners' first 2 runs back in the 6th. Payoff to Seager, 2 on. Breaking ball, struck him out. Mariners strand 2 to the 8th we go in a 2-2 ball game. Sean Figgins, last time up, leading off the 7th, took a called third strike. Look at number 6, pitch number 6. We called borderline. And having seen that illustration right there, let's go to our question. Ask the booth. It comes from Josh Collins. Should Major League Baseball expand instant replay and use technology to help with ball strike calls?
I don't think so. I think even with the tracer that we have showing you that last strike that was called on Figgins, still within an inch and a half of being accurate, and it measures everything the front plane of the plate. I think at this point, even as good as the technology is, it isn't quite there yet. Let the umpires do their job.
Absolutely. Want to play a video game? Buy one. David Ortiz leads off. Jared Saltalamacchia, Adrian Gonzalez. Tough chore here for Perez. Fouled and a mighty hack by Ortiz. Oliver Perez pitched 2 innings last night, 1 walk, 2 strikeouts. It's the 8th and 9th innings. Got out of trouble. Perez, the former Met and Pittsburgh Pirate, off the fist of Ortiz, 0-2.
Perez has shown a good fastball. He's topped out at 96 miles an hour. So he'll be in the mid-90s with his fastball and a slider. His ERA at 1.69. Limited, obviously just being called up 5 in the 3rd inning, 6 strikeouts, 2 walks.
Opposite field, driving deep, but Figgins has it under control, staying with it, makes the catch.
Took a U-turn on him. Ball is skied to left. 95-mile-an-hour fastball. Figgins gets back in a hurry, and then he has to take off again, coming back in to make this catch. Great concentration on McDonald Supermo.
Great job, and that reminds me of the ball that we saw down in Texas where he had it all the way, and next thing you know, Ackley had to come out and get it. Remember, it was a wind-blown fly ball that jumped off the bat. I want to say it was Beltre. On the right field. 1 out. Here's Saltalamacchia. Drive deep to right. Ichiro, though, is right there. 2 down. We'll wrap up this series tomorrow. First of 2 visits by the Red Sox. They'll be back September 3-4. DuPont finished with a 4.54 ERA, same as Jason Vargas. And both had interesting campaigns. Tonight, Viva Las Vargas. Elvis-style sunglasses. A lot of Elvis music here tonight. There's Adrian Gonzalez, who's had base hits his last 2 times up. He scored in the 7th. Led off with a single to center. Big swing and a miss. Scored on the Kalish RBI fielder's choice.
Nothing fancy, a good fastball, and is able to throw it by Gonzalez.
Still no word on Mariners starter Erasmo Ramirez, and that probably is not a good sign. The 0-1 fouled off. Oliver Perez pitching against Adrian Gonzalez. 0-2. Fights it off. That's a fair ball. He went crossfire on him. Got it off the fist. Figgins throw to second. Got a chance. Yes, sir. Got him. Sean Figgins with a great throw to Ackley to nail Adrian Gonzalez. Heads up play by Figgy in left field. Well done. He charges this, attacks it, plays it nicely off the carom there, and a good strong throw. Gonzalez knew it. Adrian Johnson, the umpire, punches him out, and that'll do it. Work to do offensively for the Mariners in this 2-2 ball game. Three of this series with Boston and Root Sports. Looking for the biggest Mariner fans in the Northwest. We're going to go state to state and find the most passionate in our region. And this month, we want to hear from devoted fans in Oregon. So log on to rootsports.com. Show us why you're the Mariners' ultimate Northwest fan. Dave Sims, Mike Blauer's Root Sports crew. Here's John Jaso. Drove in the Mariners 2 runs. 2-run double, a line drive off the right field wall in the 6th with the bases loaded. Inside from Andrew Miller. Miller got the 3rd out of the 7th inning. It'll be Jaso, Smoke, and Ackley here in the 8th.
See if he can get a good fastball to turn on. He ended up getting the fastball 95 miles an hour, but it was on his hands. Jaso with that double, he hit it off the right field fence. There's a gap in right center field he can reach too. He hit a double. Smoke waiting on deck.
Back up the middle. Vilas, stop! Throw! Got him! What a play! Micah Vilas. That was outstanding. 1 out. Home Depot doing more on defense. Let's go back, revisit Figgins' throw with a 3rd out in the 8th. This is well played.
It's a great play on both ends. You see Gonzalez slicing this ball, but Figgins plays it perfect off the wall, throws it into second in a hurry, and a nice pick by Ackley to put the tag on Gonzalez. See him field the short hop and to get the tag down quick as Gonzalez kicks his glove and he tags him out.
I put that, didn't even turn. Didn't turn his head, boy. Just snapped that ball right around. It's nice. Here's Smoke. It has been murder for him tonight. A walk, a strikeout looking, and a tap back to the pitcher. Smokey on a bad run here in the month of June.
Take care of a lot of that with one good swing right here.
You know it. Batting average down at 204.
Tom leading the club in home, or excuse me, Justin leading the club in home runs with 11. Tom Wilhelmsen getting loose in the Mariners bullpen.
Smoke started the season at 231 and coming into this at bat he's at 204 is big time. Cody Ross got a good jump. Good outfielder. 2 outs. 2 outs here in the 8th inning. And if you're hitting the road outside the Northwest, we'll take the Mariners with you. Subscribe to MLB.tv to see the Mariners live on your favorite devices in HD quality. Visit Mariners.com to order and get more details. MLB.tv. Baseball everywhere. Strike 1 to Ackley. Dustin tonight is grounded out first, grounded out the 2nd, and was intentionally walked. Left field. Nava can't get it. Base hit. Seventh hit for the Mariners, matching the total of the Red Sox.
Solid base hit from Dustin Ackley. He slices this down the left field line. Good fastball from Miller at 95. Nava thinking he had a chance to make the play, but does a good job of keeping it in front of him.
Bring a right-hander in. The always nasty Vicente Padilla coming on to face Olivo in this 2-2 ball game in the 8th.
Seattle Mariners baseball on Root Sports is brought to you by Snoqualmie Casino, Seattle's premier entertainment, gaming, and dining destination. By Sterling Bank. Life is about the good stuff your bank should be too. Visit our new website at bankwithsterling.com. And by AT&T, the nation's largest 4G network. AT&T. Rethink possible. Well, with the Mariners looking for a late game hero to step forward, let's rejoin Dave and Mike.
All right, Tab, thank you. Gorgeous night here in Seattle. Opportunity for Miguel Olivo against Vicente Padilla. Mike, he brings some nasty stuff.
He does. He has a good fastball. He'll mix in a slider and a changeup, and he's a little bit, well, I guess you would call him effectively wild.
No, he's ornery. That's cut right there. He's ornery.
Okay.
He will knock you down and throw it in your ear.
Take a look at his numbers overall: of 3.86 ERA, 28 innings pitched, 27 strikeouts. Opponents average 273. They have started Olivo with some breaking balls and then tried to throw some fastballs in and get back to the breaking ball. So Miguel will have his work cut out for him. He is 1 for 3. He's grounded out to third twice and had a base hit to left field.
Strike one from Padilla, who's been very effective out of the pen as a setup guy, 8th inning for the Boston Red Sox. Been all around. He used to love it when he was in Philly. He was a starter. Tom Moore said they'll come on from the Mariners. Started for the Phillies, an upper deck left field at Old Veterans Stadium. They had the Padilla Flotilla. He's ahead of Olivo, 0-2. 2 outs. And at first.
Still has the good fastball. 95, and then that last one at 96.
He has been around Arizona, the Phillies, Texas, Dodgers, now the Red Sox. Two to Olivo. Look out, almost got Figgins and scattered some people in the 4th row. Figgy on deck.
Padilla still has the good fastball. I think he surprised Olivo. The last fastball again at 96 miles an hour.
It is super effective for the Red Sox. 0-2 to Olivo. Struck him out. There goes the Mariner threat in the 8th. 9th inning coming up. 2-2 ball game. Can. Fun night here at the ballpark, 31,311. 2-2 ball game, ninth inning. And our Nissan shift to the bullpen. Here on a very pleasant night at Safeco Field, about 64 degrees. And it brings us to the bartender at the potential all-star, Tom Wilhelmsen.
Tom's numbers on the year, really having a great year for the Mariners. See the 48 strikeouts in just the 39 innings he has pitched. Overpowering fastball at times. He'll be upwards of 98 miles an hour with a great curveball.
Middlebrooks, line drive into right center field, coming on Ichiro, makes the catch.
Tom, the fifth reliever in the game for the Mariners. You have Kelly and Delabar left out in the bullpen, and that's it.
Seems like a long time ago that Erasmo Ramirez started this game, had to leave after 2 2/3. We have not been alerted as to what the problem was, but he had to leave the game. He had gone 8 up and 8 down. He had to leave with an 0-1 count to Mike Aviles in the top of the third. Look out inside to Cody Ross. This kid's got some pop. Got to be careful with him.
Tom missing with that first pitch breaking ball. If he throws a fastball, he better locate it because he's going to come unglued. The one thing we've seen from Ross, he will turn it loose.
There it is. Base hit. Good hitter.
And that's just a single. It was a fastball middle at 97, and he lined it into left field.
You can see why he was so valuable to the Giants in a World Series run a couple of years ago.
Again, he's aggressive on the fastball, and when Tom missed with that first pitch breaking ball, he knew he was getting a heater.
Ross on the season 0 for 1 at base stealing. Ryan Kalish, the hitter. Broken bat, Looper, trouble. Drops in, base hit. Two on, 1 out.
As Dave said, it's a broken bat right off the hands of Kalish. That ends up being a base hit as this one falls out on the outfield. Just barely gets to the outfield grass, clearing the dirt.
Sox, top of the ninth, 2 on. And the hitter's going to be Mike Aviles, the shortstop. Single to center, twice grounded out to third. Aviles, the 9-hole hitter. Back to the top of the order, Daniel Nava. Still breaking ball for strike 1. Hard throwing Alfredo Aceves. Heating up for the Red Sox. Their closer with 18 saves. One.
Mariners playing him straight up. Casper Wells in center field.
Speed pitch fouled off.
He's not happy with himself. That pitch was left inside. Tom wanting it further away from him, and it left in there, and he missed it. Tries to get him with a high fastball here, something around 97 miles an hour.
Runners take their lead. Ross at second and Kalish at first. A 1-2 count to Mike Aviles. Swing and a miss. He's gone.
Good heater from Tom. Makes the Red Sox 1 for 8 with men in scoring position, but goes right at him after the curveball pitched down in the zone, and Aviles missed it. Good fastball. Bring up Daniel Nava. Nava 0 for 3. He walked his last time up. That was back in the 7th inning. Nava hitting .304 on the year with 3 home runs and 26 RBIs.
First pitch to the left fielder. In there for strike. Now the .351 hitter against right-hand pitcher. Wilhelmsen in a big spot here. 2 outs, 2 on. Go, Tom! The 0-1 to Nava. Left field. Figgins, easy play, puts it away. And Wilhelmsen gets it done, stranding 2 here in the 9th. Bottom of the 9th coming up, Figgins, Kawasaki, and Ichiro. Hopefully that's going to spell some runs. Four-game set. Make sure you join us this coming Wednesday, the 4th of July. Mariners take on the Orioles. We'll salute the men and women of the armed forces with a great deal to catch Mariner baseball on our nation's birthday. Receive $5 off U-level seats or $10 off main level seats. You show a valid military ID at the Safeco Field box office or any Mariners team store. Rally caps in effect now as Sean Figgins will lead it off. Family documenting their night here at Safeco Field. Figgy against Vicente Padilla. Drive, he got way out in front of it. Was thinking first it's
I like it.
Absolutely. Come on.
He knows that Padilla's going to come after him right away. He doesn't want to walk him, so he took a shot at it.
Absolutely.
That's a little bit quick on this fastball at 91 miles an hour.
0-1 to Figgins. And Figgy and Lance Barksdale not on the same train.
Yeah,
not at all. Not at all. High strike. Strike 3 called back in the 7th. Retired Figgins. 0-2 pitch from Padilla. Padilla came on to get the final out of the 8th inning. 4th pitcher tonight for the Red Sox, Tom Wilhelmsen. More than likely, if we go to extra frames, undoubtedly would throw the 10th.
Yeah, nobody up in the Mariners pen.
1-2 pitch. Makes it into his brilliant performance a couple of nights ago. Jason Vargas, he'll go tomorrow.
Felix picking up a win in the 9th inning of that game that he pitched. 0-0 ball game. The Mariners scored a run. Gave him the win.
Alan Wurtler to your left there. VP coach. exercise specialist. A mile-high pop, Pedroia makes the play. This day in Mariner history, Felix Hernandez, 2-hit shutout. Yankee Stadium. Hernandez and Cliff Lee, third pair of teammates that toss back-to-back complete game wins at the Yankees since 1985.
Well, Kawasaki, he's 1 for 3. Had a base hit his last time up. Was able to get around to third, but was left there.
But the hard, he pulled it. Hard base hit to right. Oh, Leaf's pitch. How about that?
I saw him throw that when he was warming up.
Right?
Yeah. 50 miles an hour. I think that's the record for the all-time low this year. You can see how slow that curveball was at 50.
Wow. In at third, Middlebrooks. MLB Network recently had something. It was an anniversary of Steve Hamilton throwing the volley floater to Tony Horton at Yankee Stadium about 1966. That was beautiful. He short-stepped it and just lobbed it up in the air. That was beautiful. Volley floater. Two and one. By Kawasaki. Let's go, Kawasaki! 2-2.
I would assume he's just going to keep throwing fastballs in there. He certainly doesn't want to walk Kawasaki. It's 2-2 count. We've seen all fastballs in the one slow curve.
Fighting it off.
Another good fastball at 95 miles an hour.
Got her rally cap on. Vicente Padilla is out of Nicaragua, as was the Mariners starter Rasmo Ramirez. 2-2 pitch. Full count. Ichiro's on deck. He's had base hits last two times up. One to left, one to center. Payoff. Saki's aboard. Bring up Ichiro. Robbie Valentine going to make a pitching change. That's it for Padilla. And that'll bring, that'll be the fifth pitch here. Brings in his closer, Aceves. See what happens now. Alfredo Aceves. How did we get to this point in the ball game? Well, let's show you. Make it up in the sixth inning. Ichiro slaps one in the left field. That's with one out. Moves down to second as the ball gets away from Saltalamacchia. Wells draws a walk.
And Kyle Seager hits this ball down the line. It looks like it's going to be an out. It's a fly ball. Take a look at Aviles. He runs past it. The ball will drop in, so the Mariners will end up with the bases loaded on what looked like was going to be an out. Then the guy that continues to get it done for the Mariners, John Jazel, lines this off the fence, driving in a couple of runs. The only 2 runs the Mariners have scored here in the game.
Problem was, the Red Sox responded immediately.
Take a look at this ground out. Ball not hit hard enough to turn a double play, so the Red Sox will pick up a run on that ground ball out.
And then Middlebrook scores easily here on the pass ball by Olivo. 2-2 ball game. That's where we are right now. The Mariners starter Erasmo Ramirez had to lead the game after 2 2/3. Right now that injury is undisclosed. And the Mariners, they've gone to 6 pitchers. Here's Aceves. He is the 5th pitcher used by Bobby Valentine.
Quality right-hander, ERA a little bit high for him at a 4.30. Take a look at his innings, 37 2/3, what you would expect, 39 strikeouts, 13 walks. He has given up 3 home runs this year. Fastball, slider, split from Aceves. You'll end up with Ichiro. Ichiro waiting on deck with Kawasaki getting that walk. Good at bat from Kawasaki, fouling off a number of pitches and able to reach first base with just 1 out.
Ichiro on the season with 4 home runs. Last time he went yard was at Anaheim. And that was 24 days ago. Kawasaki at first with 1 out. Good speed. Got a bold lead at first. Aceves ready, first pitch. Breaking ball, good one, strike 1. John Jaso is the 4-hole hitter right now. We got Ichiro in the 1 spot. Trying to do some damage here. Oh, that did get off the bat, I believe it did, for strike 0-2. Tough break.
Trying to go inside to Ichiro, and this one is up, and Ichiro sees it, tries to get out of the way, but it'll hit the barrel of the bat on the check swing. He finds himself in a hole quickly, 0-2.
0-2 pitch. Down to Aviles. He'll take it himself. Another play. So Aceves gets the job done. We get extra frames coming up. 2-2 ball game. Link's Beef Jerky all season long. Jack Link's Beef Jerky. Feed your wild side. Erasmo Ramirez started the ball game for the Mariners. He was in good shape, too. He retired the first 8 men that he faced and had to leave the ball game with an injury right now that has yet to be disclosed.
Yeah, it looked like he was going to pick up from his last outing where he's had 10 strikeouts. He gave him just 3 hits, but a good changeup again. And for Ramirez, this is the last out that he was able to get. Comebacker. the last pitch to him. It's a strike right down the middle, and then he had an issue. They'll call Olivo out to the mound. Still waiting to see what happened to him, but only 2 2/3 innings for Ramirez. There you go. You see him calling out Olivo.
Extra innings we go. The Red Sox 0-4 in extra innings, and the Mariners are 4-2.
Tom will have to work through the middle of the lineup for the Red Sox. It'll be Pedroia, Ortiz, then Saltalamacchia. Gonzalez hitting fourth.
Pedroia 0 for 4. Strikeout, tap back to the pitcher, strikeout looking, and a ground out to short. Up the middle. Kawasaki can't get it. Base hit, Pedroia.
Eric Wedge had consistently brought left-handers in to face Ortiz, but he's out of them now. He's used Perez, Furbish, and Lidke in the game. So Tom will have to stay in there. Pedroia stays on a curveball. We haven't seen many hitters have the ability to do that. As you take a look at our McDonald Supermo, it's out of the reach of Kawasaki. I think even if he comes up with it, no chance to throw out Pedroia. He's not even close to that.
David Ortiz going to swing the bat tonight for Big Papi. A strikeout, 2 ground outs to second, and a fly to left. Having a sensational year. Can hear the Red Sox fans here. That hit by Pedroia, the 10th Boston hit. Fastball away, misses, ball 1. When you played here, were there that many Boston fans that showed up at games here in Seattle?
I don't recall it being that way, no.
And that was pre their 2 World Series.
Right. Seems like it's picked up since then. That's where it's come from. So.
(1-0) to Ortiz with Pedroia at first. Back up the middle, another base hit. Pedroia was settled at second base.
So a couple of base hits, hit right back up the box. One by Pedroia, and then this one here from Ortiz. Gets a fastball. Hits it hard back up the middle.
That'll bring up their number 2 home run hitter, Jared Saltalamacchia. And one thing we saw from last night, Saltalamacchia hitting from the left side. He's got power opposite field. 2-run homer in the 6th last evening. Big Tom's going to have to be really precise. 11 hits for Boston. Nobody out. Runners at first and second. Strike 1 on speed pitch. Sounds like the entire left side has lower Massachusetts and upper Rhode Island sitting over there. Big swing.
A couple of good curveballs from Tom Wilhelmsen. Hasn't shown him the fastball. Kawasaki trying to keep Pedroia close at second base.
First 2 men have reached here in the 10th inning for Boston. An 0-2 count to Saltalamacchia. Outside. Showed him the fastball there. You've got Adrian Gonzalez on deck. Eric Wedge. Big team meeting before today's game. Essentially aired out his ball club after he did it through the media after last night's loss 5-0 to the Sox. Big Tom's ready. 1-2 to Saltalamacchia. Off the plate, 2-2. Pitch to Saltalamacchia. Fouled off.
Good fastball from Tom on the inside part of the plate. Threw him 2 curveballs to get ahead, 0-2. See if he tries to go back at it and get a strikeout here.
Nobody out. Runners at first and second. Do it again at 2-2. Breaking ball. Struck him out. Good pitch by Wilhelmsen. 1 out.
Big strikeout. Take a look at this last pitch. The good curveball from Tom. 12-6. Saltalamacchia swings over the top of it by not putting the ball in play. Pedroia obviously stays at second base with 1 out. Another good hitter. Gonzalez coming up. Gonzalez, 3 base hits in the game tonight.
And all he does is lead the American League in runners in scoring position, batting average at 385. It's the American League in that category. Tom's got a challenge here as you check out that in-game box score for the Sox. 2 runs, 11 hits, no errors. 2 runs, 7 hits, no errors for the Mariners. One. Hard breaking ball and a good one, 0-2.
Well, he makes a perfect pitch with his fastball in the outside corner, and then he comes back with a curveball that's below the hitting area. As you take a look at Gonzalez and trying to attack this pitch out in front, these guys trying to catch up to the fastball. They typically will have swings like that on his curveball because of the heater.
0-2 to Gonzalez. This ball fouled straight back. Boy, that's a good rip.
Red Sox 1 for 10 with men in scoring position.
0-2. Breaking ball hit the other way. That's one thing we know about Gonzalez from his days playing down in San Diego. He will use the opposite field. And I was talking to him yesterday, talking about get that backspin on the ball going opposite field. He had a lot of success down at Petco Park, which he says is way tougher to hit in here than this ballpark is. 0-2. Right on the ground. Oh, Ackley boots. They do get the force. Runners at the corners.
That ball actually hits off the side of the mound. Ackley was rushing up the middle to try to get to it. Hits the mound. He has to stop. And I think that fooled him a little bit because he had to reach back and get the ball. If he's able to field it cleanly, it's an easy double play. Gonzalez does not run well, but it looks like it hits the mound and kicks back to him. You can see him having to reach back, and then he just clanks it. Able to get the runner Ortiz at second base. Bring up Middlebrooks.
Tough out.
Yeah.
Got a bloop single in the 7th. 1 for 4 with a run scored. Broken bat, ground ball, Kawasaki flip. They get the force. Sox threat dies right there in the 10th. Tom Wilhelmsen gets out of trouble in the 10th. Coming up for the Mariners, you'll have Casper Wells, followed by Kyle Seager, and John Jaso with 2 big ribbies already tonight. Bottom of the 10th inning here against the Red Sox. And hey, Mariner fans, sure to stop by the Fred Meyer in Ballard next Monday, noon to 1 p.m. You're going to get a chance to meet the bartender himself, Tom Wilhelmsen. Again, that's this coming Monday, July 2, noon to 1, Ballard, Fred Meyer. So make sure you stop by. Tom, one of the really great guys. Well, you got a pretty good ingredient here, Mike. You got a fastball hitter, and the Cevis has a good fastball.
And Casper has been hot as of late for the Mariners. Talked about that game the other night with Felix won 1-0. The Mariners scored in the 9th inning. It was Casper who was able to get things started with a hard double into the left center field gap.
It's outside.
Casper's 0 for 3 tonight. He has walked and scored a run.
Wow, too far though. He hooked it.
Trying to hit it out of the stadium. If it makes it up over those rails, it's out of here.
How about that? Gary Sheffield, I'm told, is the only person to do it. That's unofficial. 1-2 pitch to Wells. 2-2. The only game going on in Major League Baseball right now. The last one to finish up. 2-2. Right field. Cody Ross. One out. First time I'm seeing Cody Ross in person. Seen him on TV, obviously, during World Series. No, a very good player. I like him. Generates a lot of power for a little guy.
With a strong throwing arm. I've already seen him make a great catch on the ball that Ichiro had hit out there.
Yeah, good coverage.
Can't catch it if you hit it in the seats, though, so why not, Kyle? Elzinger coming up. That's 10 home runs on the year.
3-2-1 ignition. And he grounds one to Pedroia. Quick 2 outs. Well, here's the men for the Mariners his last couple 3 days and 7 other times during the course of this season. Late game heroics, John Jaso. He drove in the Mariners 2 runs. 1 out, bases loaded in the 6th. Nice breaking ball for strike 1. He runs 11 hits for Boston. 2 runs, 7 hits for the Mariners.
Good swing and a fastball in the outside corner.
One-two pitch. Let go. 2-2 pitch.
Looks like it'll be Sean Kelly if he's needed to pitch in the 11th inning. Tom Wilhelmsen pitching 2 innings tonight.
2-2 to Jaso. Break 3 called. He was sitting fastball. He can't believe Lance Barksdale punched him out on a breaking ball. 11th inning coming up. Things are presented by Jack Link's Beef Jerky all season long. Jack Link's Beef Jerky, feed your wild side. Moving along here at Safeco Field, the 11th inning awaits.
7th pitcher, 6th reliever for the Mariners in tonight's ball game. So Eric Wedge emptying out his bullpen. This time it'll be Sean Kelly. Take a look at Kelly's numbers: a 3.74 ERA, 23 strikeouts, just 7 walks. Get an opportunity to pitch here in the 11th. Out in the bullpen, Steve Delabar is all that's left out there. So he's going to hang out with Jamie Navarro. There's Steve.
Just called back up from Tacoma. Franklin Gutierrez getting hurt, going on the 7-day disabled list. Jason Phillips, bullpen catcher. Cody Ross going to lead it off. He's won, how about this, the last 3 Red Sox right fielders have all worn number 7. Trot Nixon, J.D. Drew, and now Cody Ross.
7-8-9 for Sean Kelly.
Ross tonight, a fly to center, walk, stolen base. Base hit to center, and a base hit to left. High fly ball left field, coming over towards the line is Figgins. There for the catch.
Mariners will have Smoke, Ackley, and Olivo. Eric Wedge on his bench has Saunders not feeling well. That's why he hasn't played the last couple of nights, but he's on the bench. I'm sure he's available to pinch hit if he needs him. And Brendan Ryan, Jesus Montero.
Ryan Kalish, the hitter, center fielder. Kelly's ahead 0-2. Ask good fans at 733-733 your most memorable Mariner extra innings affairs. One and two. Seagulls getting impatient. They're circling.
Sean making some good pitches again. His best pitch is his slider. Tied Kalish up with a slider on that last pitch. All he could do was foul it off.
Waiting on this. He's gone. Sean Kelly struck out. Kalish, after getting a fly ball off the bat of Ross, 2 down.
And take a look at this last breaking pitch. Swings over the top of it, able to throw it down and into him. And that's his best pitch, that slider down and into the left-hander. McDonald Supermo, you can see how far out in front he is of it, 84 miles an hour.
Javilis struck out last time. One, Javilis tonight, 1 for 4.
Javilis didn't like the call
at all. Back there, 1-1. Mariners will have Smoke, Ackley, and Olivo coming up. Bottom of the 11th. Go, Kelly! Golden, 2-2. Most of this crowd, 31,311, still here.
Throw the same pitch again. Slider just off the plate away, see if we can get him to chase it one more time.
Struck him out. Good inning by Sean Kelly. See if the Mariners can get a run here. Home 11th. Smoke, Ackley, and Olivo coming up. 2-2 game. Tonight here at Safeco Field. Only game going on right now in Major League Baseball, Sleep Country USA. We look at the Mariner calendar, wrap up the series tomorrow. Buck Showalter and the Baltimore Orioles come to town. And a day off, get to San Francisco, Oakland area for 3 games. Then the All-Star break. And we'll see the Texas Rangers come to town for the 2nd time this season. And then turn it around over there. Start a whole nother line on a hand-operated scoreboard here at Safeco Field. Mariners scored 2 in the bottom of the 6th. Sox answered with 2 in the top of the 7th.
Scoreboard operator is tired out there. Let's just let him put a 1 up there and call it good. Justin Smoke will lead things off. Smoke, tonight's game, he's 0 for 3. He walked in the 2nd inning with a punch out looking and grounded to the first baseman. And a fly ball to right.
There's one foul. It's hard throwing. Alfredo Aceves, who works from the first base side of the rubber. The 1 pitch. 2. Steps out. Aceves played a lot of his early professional ball in Mexico before breaking in with Tampa Bay in 08 into the Yankees. Up and down their AAA with the Boston last year. Broken back. Gonzalez backflip. That's nicely done by Adrian Gonzalez. Nice, calm, no panic, 1 out.
Tough play too because this ball is spinning. He can go just about anywhere when it hits the ground, and Gonzalez will come in, pick it cleanly with a bare hand and do a little shovel behind himself, accurate as Aceves is able to beat him. But a good play by Gonzalez.
One down here in the 11th. Brings up Ackley. 1 for 3 with an intentional walk. Entering this inning, there have been 346 pitches in this ballgame. All one. Dustin. John Jaso drove in the 2 Mariner runs in the 6th. Finished year's RBI Ryan Kalish, and a pass ball scored the 2 Boston runs. There's strike 1. Market contrast. That's going to find the hole. Base hit for Ackley. 2 for 4 tonight. Consecutive base hits for Dustin.
Well, Ichiro was able to steal a base back in the 6th inning. Let's see if Dustin can maybe get one now as he hits this ball in the hole on the right side. So he'll reach first. Dustin with good speed. He can certainly steal a base.
7 out of 8 on the season. Olivo struck out by Padilla. Last time up, that was in the 8th.
Red Sox outfielders playing deep as you would expect. Going to keep Olivo from hitting a double.
He tried for more than that. Big swing.
There's a 94-mile-an-hour fastball up in the zone. Yale not able to catch up to it.
One, two. Ackley's at first, not a big lead. 0-2 to Olivo, base hit off the end of the bat. Ackley will make his way to third, get there easily. Winning run 90 feet away with 1 out. Well, Olivo took a big hack, hit it off the end of the bat, and he gets rewarded.
Well, it doesn't always have to be picture perfect, as Dave said, off the end of the bat, and he cues this one in the right field. Ackley with his speed able to move around the bases and get to third. Ball just spinning sideways going out into right field.
Biggest long look at Jeff Datz is taking a long look at Eric Wedge in the Mariner dugout. Good speed. Ackley at third base with the winning run.
Biggins 0 for 4 in the game tonight. Good speed at third base, and won't take a real deep fly ball to give Ackley a chance to score here. Middlebrooks at third baseman playing on the grass.
Better than average arms in that outfield too. Nova, Kalish, and Ross. Infield in close. 1 out, runners at the corners. Ackley at third. The batter Sean Figgins. Pitch out, nothing doing. Figgins tonight, strikeout, fly to right, strikeout, looking, pop to second. Just won the first game 5-1-0, lost last night 5-0. Here's the 1-0. Figgy. There's a line drive right field. Cody Ross, good throw. Good arm. Here's a throw to the plate. Ackley is in there. Mariners win it. Sean Figgins with a sacrifice fly. The Mariners win it 3-2. Way to go, Figgy. There's a guy that's having a brutal year, and he comes up with a big spot, wins a ball game.
That has to feel good for Sean. Hit the ball hard, too. It was a line drive. In fact, he hit it so hard, and the outfielder's playing shallow because of the situation. We saw Cody Ross in the first game of the series, has a strong arm. Again, it turns out to be a tough hop at the plate as Ackley slides in to score, but Eric Wedge empties out his bullpen tonight, using everybody trying to win this ball game. A little bit short-handed as far as players on his bench.
Boy, did they need that.
They did. That's a nice win for the Mariners tonight, scoring 3 runs, beat the Red Sox 3-2 on 9 hits. And this right here, Biggins being aggressive after the pitch out, smart hitting. Hits it hard as this ball is hooking out to right. And he knows, too. He knows that Cody Ross has a strong arm, and he's looking back to home as he's running to first. And here comes the throw. In between hop for the catcher. Saltalamacchia can't handle it as Ackley slides in. Nice win for the Mariners.
Talking about his strong arm, it's twice. If he had just a little bit more on it in both cases, and the Mariners benefit both times, so it works out well. So the Mariners take this game and lead the series now 2-1. And Olivo, make that Ackley, busted it, coming down the line. Good hard slide. Go for broke. He's in safely, and the Mariners win the ball game. That's their 8th win in the last 22 games here at home. Here's Angie Mentic with Miguel Olivo.
Well, there are so many more ways to score when you get over to third base, and you were responsible for getting Dustin Ackley over to third base. And you started out that at-bat